dictatorships in our region. Almost every country, exception I guess is Costa Rica. I spent a couple of years in Costa Rica. They are very proud of that. I don't know having an army and so on. But the rest of the list had this horrible time. And I'll tell you that that generation, my father's generation, will keep telling me, no matter how bad it is today, it's better than before. So there should be a reason for that. This is our current boss today, Antonio Guterres, our Secretary General, whom I highly respect. He comes from Portugal, former Prime Minister. A man of conviction, a man of faith, and a man of great ideals. Things that guy is day to day. But remember, there is a book on the UN called The Impossible Job. It says the role of the Secretary General, and the actual title is The Impossible Job. Many people sometimes tells me, oh, the Secretary General is a mighty powerful man, and I always say, stop right there. The Secretary General has zero authority. He has authority within the organization to the fullest, but zero authority over countries. It is the member states, 193 of them, that actually come to the General Assembly, the 15 members of the Security Council, the 5 permanent members particularly, those that actually come to the General Assembly, the 15 members of the Security Council, the 5 permanent members particularly, those that actually come to the General Assembly, the 15 members of the Security Council, the 5 permanent members particularly, those that actually come to the General Assembly, the 15 members of the Security Council, the 5 permanent members particularly, those that actually come to the General Assembly, the 15 members of the Security Council, the 5 permanent members particularly, those that actually come to the General Assembly, the 15 members of the Security Council, the 5 permanent members particularly, those that actually come to the General Assembly, the 15 members of the Security Council, the 5 permanent members particularly, those that actually come to the General Assembly, the 15 members of the Security Council, the 5 permanent members particularly, those that actually come to the General Assembly, the 15 members of the Security Council, the 5 members particularly, it's some people would say independent, diminished, some people would say simply evolved. And eventually today, some people would say, well, we talk about governance, some people would say governance cannot be an evolved. And eventually today, some people would say, well, we talk about governance today, is governance cannot be an evolved. Eventually today, again, that needs more time today. I mention it because is that sovereignty of the member states the one that tells us Secretary General to all I mention it because this is what we are to do. Is that sovereignty of the member states but the global governance is no longer based on the basis of the sovereignty of the nation state or example Japan. This say is no longer based on the very default of one that wants property to immediate threats while protecting human rights. This say is no longer based you remember how you leave the and have no opinion whatsoever on vaccines, on development, on policy to deal with the pandemic. You have your own opinion, and I respect that. I'm more than neutral on policy to deal with the concept of sovereignty. You have got complicated. I respect that. I'm more than that. I'll give you another example. Climate change. The former president of Brazil, who was the president of Brazil again, I'll give you another example. Recently elected, the former president actually say in a conference of the party of climate change that the electors of attending, he actually said, to all of you rich nations, you cannot tell me or dictate to me what is it that I actually said. in the federal state of Brazil. Because when I see a cloud, he says, the cloud that is bringing you pollution doesn't stop. Because when I see a cloud between the conferences, you see another example of why governance, sovereignty, some more fluid process now. But whatever happens, you see how to react to those threats. As Secretary General says, why protect human rights? But whatever happens, you see how to react to those now the justice system, the international law system. Now there you have, you see, from the UN, some of these organizations highly embraced, some of them highly criticized, but nevertheless, some of these organizations highly embraced, some of them are entities by international criminal court, international court of justice, international criminal tribunal for Rwanda, international court of arbitration, international criminal tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, court of justice, so there is a system. All of this is just for arbitration. That when we talk about international law, when we talk about human rights and the rule of law, we went beyond the concept of sovereignty. 1648, human rights, nation states, rule of law, and our concept today of a nation state as a sovereign nation state. Now, nation states, we have argued today if there is something called supranational policy versus sovereign states, national policy or supranational policy. And of course, I have served in the cabinet. I have said, really, understanding of it, I've been a policymaker. I have served in the cabinet. It has to be really within the sovereign majesty of a state that public policy is the reality of a particular government. Period. But some of us always argue somehow correctly that there should be more and more something called supranational beyond the reality of the state. Government, there should be public policy, including on issues of the four clauses of international law, Article 38 of the Statute of the International Court of Justice, the ICG, four clauses of the Statute of the the number one, treaties and conventions, number two, the customs, of course, the system of customs as more law is, number one, general principles of law, national two, customs, the teaching, jurisprudence of the law, general principles of law, the branches of international law, we have highly specialized branches in economic law, security law, criminal law, environmental law, diplomatic law, humanitarian law, human rights law, moralized branches in economic law, security law, the ADR mechanisms for dispute resolution involve mediation, arbitration, the ADR settlement conference for the dispute resolution involve mediation. Today I'm speaking the ADR settlement in the presence of an utmost expert on these issues. Today I'm speaking the ADR in the presence of to teach this thing about these issues. I hope it will be of it's a privilege to speak for this. Then you come from Spain, he is having that idea. When David teaches on these things, he's there teaching for us. Then you come from Spain, this is indirect teaches on these things. He's there teaching opposition to Barak. Again, this is the concept of war that I want to exemplify is marching opposition to Barak together. What is the concept of war that I want to exemplify that men is prone to marching opposition, right? We have these things to hope and avoid war. But you also have to remember that the UN came to be in 1945 from the ashes of another organization that was created to remove exactly what we have on the screen with different names. The League of Nations, the Wilsonian view of the League of Nations in the 1920s came to be because of a great massive of the First World War. It was for a nation. Longer than the Second World War, 1914 to 1913, the Treaty of Versailles, the time nobody saw as the seat from the Second World War, but you know your history. You simply know that in between the two wars, there was an organization in the course of the UN created called the League of Nations. The main mandate in between the two wars of the League of Nations before the UN was to prevent war, and it failed miserably. The main mandate in between the two wars of the League of Nations before the UN was to prevent and it failed because these mechanisms have limitations, and it failed because the theory postulated just as a theory is that we are prone to conflict and war, because at the same time that we are so noble and peace loving, we are so prone to violent conflict and war, and our own view period. So it's very difficult to have mediation, neutral evaluation, settlement, or dispute resolution program period when you cannot go out of your own mediation, neutral evaluation, settlement, or dispute resolution program. On top of that, layer after layer, if I may, and then we'll open the floor. Now, in September 2015, I reported as the Secretary General, who is known as one of the fathers of sustainable development goals. In September 2015, said, has narrated to several before us how it came to be. This was a difficult process, as this today is independent on this. If you are conservative or liberal, if you are conservative, this is another today, and if you are liberal, this is the plan. If you are conservative or liberal, to rally and go forward. So what is this today? And if we are falling apart, this is the plan. And at the UN we are trained and go forward. And remember that I'm speaking about personal capacity. And the UN we are trained to be dispassionate. What is to be moved? It's not to be blunt, and the UN we are trained to be dispassionate, to lack identity. It's not to be neutral, it's to be capable of understanding both sides, because when organization requires that of me for a reason, not to issue judgments, to be capable of understanding, not to take sides, but actually to work with anyone and everyone for a reason. So the main neutral, but it's not that we are not to take deaf and blind. We understand, and first we are individuals, right? So we remain neutral, and then we are not UN officials. We understand that several of these things that you see on the 70 sustainable development goals, most of them UN officials are, we understand several of these things that you see on the 70 sustainable, and we also understand that some of them go directly against some beliefs, some people that remember before them have just one narrative against and wouldn't hear the other people that 17, the first one is, and will always be the most important for us, the fight against wouldn't hear, is this quest that we have to have. 17, the first one is, if you are a Christian, as I am, good for you. If you are a Muslim, and some of you are, my respect to you. And if you are of any other faith, we love everyone that is of all faiths. Good for you. If you are of Muslim today, because whatever what is good that you have, we love you are called to peace. Good for you. You are called to love your neighbor. Whatever what is good that you have, and the fight against poverty has to be rooted in that. It cannot be a rational exercise alone. You have to do something. I have to do something. No matter if it is just one person at a time or millions of people, but we have to do something. And this is why I take time to come every year to Guild, because Guild is about millions of people. And yesterday I said that this is why I feel it, but I take time to come every year. I'm very happy that you do this every year, because you make us think, right? What the leadership requires to achieve this better world that we want to have. And this is one part, right? There are leadership requires. If you don't like it, it's okay. But just think about it. You come to your own conclusions. What needs to be done to fight poverty? If you don't like it, it's okay. I want to embarrass you like that. My team here knows that. To young people, I asked them this question, and I very rarely get like can someone raise your hand if you know the number of young people that exist in the world today? I asked them this question, and I very rarely get like it's very rare that someone actually raises their hand and they don't raise their hand. People that exist in the world today, because the answer is actually it depends. But it's a wide accepted model, which is around 180 million people out of almost every billion, right? And you can conquer that. Some people say that it's actually a little more than a billion. Some people say it's 740 people. I use the number from the World Bank, because I'm a former governor to the World Bank, and I still have some colleagues there, and I know that 40 people. And they do the job, and they use the right census and so on and so forth to the World Bank, and I still have some colleagues there, and they themselves tells us, I guess privately, we don't know the exact number now, because after COVID, everything will be ready, we will tend to think that I guess a billion, but whatever the number is, we don't know the exact number. It also depends on how you define poverty. Is $1.90 a day as the baseline of poverty, or is it $2.50? What is it? There is no global agreement, but let's assume that it's $2.50. If there is a billion of people living with less than $250 a day, we have a problem. Even if it was $3 or whatever it is that the World Government or the World Bank will adopt in the next spring meetings. So that global fight against poverty has a strategy behind. This is the second global roadmap. The first one was called the Millennium Development Goals, the MDGs, Kofi Annan, from 2002 to 2015. This one goes from from January 2016 to December 2030. We are midway, and we don't know, and we believe that, of course, we are not going to achieve the goal, but we still see value at the UN with less than $250 pushing this to fight poverty, to eliminate zero hunger. We are doing better. The World Bank will adopt in the next spring meetings. Ensure quality education, gender equality, that global fight against poverty, you see the 17, has a strategy behind. This is the second. We believe that this global roadmap, the first one was called the Millennium Development Goals, the MDGs, Kofi Annan, Sustainable from 2002 to 2015. This one decreases there is actually from January 2016 to December 2030. What is between development and Ukraine? Of course, we are not going to achieve the who will have see value at the UN in less than $250? In our diplomatic academy, we had a French teacher that eliminate the World Bank will adopt in the next spring meetings. Ensure quality education, gender equality. We have that global fight against poverty because it has a strategy behind. This is the second. There will never be a war. We believe that this global roadmap, the first one was called the Millennium Development Goals, the MDGs. Kofi Annan, Sustainable from 2002 to 2015. This one decreases there is actually from January 2016 to December 2030. Between the main neutral because there are two non-agreements in Ukraine that I cannot address in public. Who are trying to listen to both narratives, and then you flew out in our diplomatic academy, we have a French teacher that in the next spring meetings. Ensure quality education, gender equality. We have that global fight against poverty because it has a strategy behind. This is the second. There will never be a war. We believe that this global roadmap, the first one was particularly number 16. Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, Kofi Annan, Sustainable from 2002 to 2015. This one decreases there is actually from January 2016 to December 2030. I was in an interview once, which I regret. When I was in government, this we have because it has a strategy behind businesses. Never be a war. The reaction was, and what about institutions? And then I say, of course, lack of institutionality, weak institutions in governmental systems is also a problem. But I went back to education, and I say, as long as we have poor education, we lack quality education, we perpetuate poverty, and we perpetuate people that really are not contributing to their societies, and so on and so forth. I believe so. But when I say I regret it, it's because I wasn't educated enough, and I was already a senior official of a government. I came to understand later that as important as quality education in a country is, having the institutional capacity is. You can have this one, if you have weak institutions, it goes down the drain. You can lack this one, and if you have strong institutions, particularly number 16, goals and MDGs, you can sustain the there is a direct existing negative pressure in the country. I was in an interview with civil service, which I regret. The reaction was, what about institutions? And has the expertise, and then I say, of course, gets fired. Lack of institutionality, weak institutions in governmental systems is also a problem. But I went back to education. Capable. And I say, it protects what has been built. As long as we have poor education, we lack quality education, we perpetuate poverty, but I need to get, and we perpetuate SDG 16 really are not think about sustainable contributing to their societies, and so on and so forth. This particular, I believe so. SDG says, but when I say I regret it, it's because I wasn't educated enough, and I was already a senior official of a government. To provide access to justice for all and be effective, that as important as quality education in a country is, at all levels, having federal, national, subnational, capacity, community, we should forget the need for institutions. In order you can lack this one, justice, and if you have strong institutions, particularly number 16, goals and MDGs, you sustain the indicators to see how this is a measuring program. Then you understand the SDGs, and you can criticize this without problem. This is the reaction was, what about institutions? And has the expertise, and then I say, of course, gets fired. Lack of institutionality, weak institutions in governmental systems is also a problem. But I went back to education. Capable. And I say, protects, I mean it has been built. As long as we have poor education, we lack quality education, we perpetuate poverty, but I need to get, we perpetuate SDG 16 really are nobody is contributing to the society and so on and so forth. This particular, I believe SDG says, but when I say I promote is because I wasn't educated enough, and I was already a senior official of government. To provide access to just understand that as important as an inclusive education in the country is, at all levels, having federal, national, subnational, local, strong community that are represented the need for us in order you can lack this one, just, and if you have strong institutions, particularly number 16, there is the goals and everybody is sounds very common sense. Is very much indicators to see how easy that we mentioned the program. There you have all the strategies, and you can criticize the follow thing. This is 16 policies. We have to be effective, efficient, and accountable 16 policies. We are so much to give. The reaction was one of the institutions that has the expertise and the experience gets fired. These are the of institutional institutions. This is from the majesty is also a problem, but I want to be capable. And I say, I mean, it has been as long as we have poor education, we have education, we perpetuate poverty, and to know SDG 16 really are nobody is contributing to the society and so on and so forth. I believe SDG says, but when I say education is because I wasn't educated enough, and I was already a senior official of government. To provide access to just understand that as important as an inclusive education is, at all levels, having federal, national, subnational, local, strong community that are represented the need for us in order you can lack this one, and if you have strong institutions, particularly number 16, there is the goals and everybody is so corruption is a to see how easy that we mentioned the program. There you have all the strategies, and you can criticize. I want you to think this people regardless of the reaction was one of the institutions that has the experience and I say experience these are the of institutions this is from the majesty is also a problem, but I want to be capable. And I say, I mean, it has been as long as we have poor education, we have education, we perpetuate poverty, and to know SDG 16 really are nobody is contributing to the society and so on and so forth. This particular, I believe SDG says, but when I say education is because I wasn't educated enough, and I was already a senior official of government. To provide access to just understand that as important as an inclusive education is, at all levels, having federal, national, subnational, strong community that are represented the need for us in order you can lack this one, and if you have strong institutions, particularly number 16, there is the goals and everybody is someone told me once, dear friends, because we were talking about faith and Buddhism and Shintoism. He told me it's very simple. If you are Japanese, you are Shinto. No, super. So their belief in a bigger thing to be respected for society. People are going to vote for that. It means there has to be changes beyond. My society, the only one that can speak. My society, my the reaction was as long as we have kids, provide us the World Justice Project. There you have some countries that I cannot mention because if you are trying to respect every single nation, you can leader on how to procedure by the citizens to have people 61% votes. It means there has to be changes. Now the principle is as I told you to wrap up to the Lord, the reaction was and also the model of political principles. There you have some countries that I cannot and what if public policy? I teach on these things and I normally open with a very short anecdote that happened with my oldest daughter, who's a great thinker as a woman. She, her last year in high school, this guy got to get back university something like that in high school. She came from a class and said, hey, remember you wrote to the reaction was Most of the time you don't listen, but my very basic definition. To my left, I have an exorcist, so I have to think what I say because she actually knows about what I'm talking about. You get to hear from her. So, but I'm inviting you to connect these things, this humongous understanding of what God really is, with politics, with human rights, with public policy. All these concepts are very important. Public policy are the principal pattern of it which social laws are based. Public policy is very the second one is social laws, power, social and political, or language. Government, formal and informal organizations, territorial organizations, also. It is done by the government of the state, by a party or by a network. That line is the most important at the bottom. Remember that I have an exorcist, so I have to think what I say because she actually knows about what I'm talking about. Real politics with our king, also an invitation for you to think about these things. This humongous, I briefly mentioned that I serve for president, what I actually is, and I respect still with politics. A man of great faith and great passion, great conviction. He used to say at the beginning of most really. Remember that I cherish those moments. I still see him as the head of the state. Who here can tell me the definition of minister, of the word minister? What is the etymology of the word minister? All of us knew because he had already said a couple of months before. Nobody dared to raise it. He said, minister comes from Latin minister, it means a servant. So all of them, and you order to execute, and you assign that son to obey, the second one is and it doesn't happen. It doesn't have politics or society tend to be based on practical objective rather than social laws, power, the word real politics that don't mean really sensual rather than non-communicative politics. Knowing that most things are political and as formal, they are signed territorial organizations. tend to confrontation. Because we are all individuals. I think one thing, you think another. And for point of common ground is no necessary. So real politics suggests a pragmatic, no-nonsense view, and a disregard for ethical considerations. In diplomacy, the consular society was relentless, realistic pursuit of the national interest. The term real politics is widely used today as a synonym for power politics. With politics, good populism rises because of public administration, weak public administration as it is. So he used to say at the beginning of it's a painful thing to me, really. It's of acknowledge in my country, still see, and that who here can tell me the definition of minister, of the word minister? What is the etymology of the word minister? And to recognize a reality all of us knew because he had already said that we have a changing and evolving world with the spheres of influence that evolved from the gray in 1980, then this is 2000, to green and yellow. This is 2020 to a lot of red. Good and bad. I actually think it's good. And a colleague of mine actually told me after we were giving a lecture together, he told me, you may want to choose another word, Alex, for good. When I say I happen to think this is good. And I say, what I will do is that I will qualify the good. I will say that this is a lot of opportunity. But I'm not pro-red or pro-gray, that should be actually blue, or pro-green or pro-yellow. No pros, just a reality. This is what it is today. No names to be named. You make your own opinion. And if you think it's bad, think twice, because it brings both challenges, yes, it does, I'm not blind, but also opportunities, especially for developing nations like mine. For you coming from developed, rich nations, of course it will be mostly bad. I understand you. And last slide, do not read these books. And I'm sure that that's the first thing you're going to do. Some of you have already read them. Some of you teach on them. Right? 48 Laws of Power of Robert Greene. My daughter. Think why my daughter will put it under her pillow. Think why. I do not endorse this book. But you need to understand it. Power is nasty, but it's necessary. And The Prince, a work of art. I just put it as an information. Do not read it. I wouldn't pretend to tell you what to read. You decide what to read, of course. But The Prince has a lot to teach you on what to do and what not to do if we are to achieve proper governance. Last word from a man that my grandfather so very much respected, and my grandfather respected very few people, I'm telling you. My grandfather was also a public man, and a very successful one, and he comes from a country where difficult for us, a neighboring country called Peru, a great nation, of course, that I love. At the time we have had a war and so on, and he would say publicly, Secretary General Javier Pérez de Cuellar is a gentleman. Listen to what he says. So, written editorial pieces, when everyone would say in my country, oh. But he was Secretary General of the United Nations, the 5th Secretary General. And he said in a famous speech that very many people have forgotten at a point in the speech, I am a free man, I feel as light as a feather. I invite you to read the speech. I won't tell you why he said that, but I feel like that. I am a free man, I feel as light as a feather, because I see potential ahead, because this doesn't have to happen, and because this meeting is about this not to happen. The absence of war is a necessity, and peace is to be built. Remember that peace is not only the absence of war. So with that, I would like to conclude, and I thank you for listening. Thank you.
every time I listen to you, I'm inspired. Thank you for your personal history, for your knowledge of history, and the way you challenge. What a great way to start. Gil, thank you very much. We've just got a few minutes before our break. And by the way, I want to welcome our online audience from around the world, more than 90 countries, more than 1,000 people. And so we're glad to have you all, too, joining us today. And I'm glad you were able to hear Director Mejia's wonderful remarks. We have time just for one question, maybe two. If the question is brief, and I know Director Mejia's response will be direct and to the point, so if anybody has a question, Trey, maybe if you could take a mic, that mic right there, and go to the audience. If you want to raise your hand and speak into the mic, there's a question at the very back there, Trey. If you could run the mic back there, please. Hold on just one second. Let's get the mic.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Recently, there has been, I'm from India. Recently, there has been a lot of discussions about BRICS countries aligning together, and your red and gray, how far that is affecting these alignments. And in India, there has been a lot of discussions about the BRICS move and coming out with a common currency and all that trade agreements. Would you throw some light on that? Thank you.
Thank you for a fundamental question. And as my answer should be short, I'll just tell you this. I'm a great believer in the BRICS movement, for lack of a better name, group of countries, because the Global South has to have a voice, as the Global North has. And the G7 and the G20, that includes a little of the Global South, I think, for political reasons more than others. BRICS, South Africa, Russia, that's when it gets complicated, India and so on, Brazil, they came together very recently to express their views, which are counter-narrative what we see in the West. And they did it for a reason, I believe, for what I hear from ambassadors that I know here and so on, conversations about that. We needed to stop doing exactly the same and finding no solution. Einstein said that, right? If you keep doing the same, why shouldn't you expect a different solution? This is related to the war on Ukraine, which I cannot talk about, and I wouldn't dare to share my own personal opinion, but I just tell you this. The BRICS have a point, and the way they are doing it is very brave. The president of South Africa very recently gave declarations that looked like as he was endorsing Putin or somehow more amenable to him. So you read the news, you come to your conclusion. I have none. I remain neutral, but I'll tell you, it's very good, this is my answer to your question, to see the whole. Don't only go, as I normally do because of lack of time, and just read the news, swallow them, and believe them. Go beyond that. When I used to live in America, I said this with utmost respect. Believe me. I was a diplomat in Washington, and I accepted a job related to multilateral diplomacy in Atlanta, Georgia. My wife will laugh at me because I had to watch two stations, two channels, two news, CNN and Fox News. I wouldn't be complete if I watched just one. So you understand. Pay attention to what the BRICS are saying. Thank you.
Oh, excellent answer. One more question. Yes, right here we've got 2 minutes. So the question and the response.
Can you go back the slide? You saw the human rights definition, and another is law. Because you mentioned on the left or side that every definition there is, but no definition of other part of the law. So the question is like, as a unitary, you have a research department and all those things. No, another one, that human rights and law.
The green and blue, yes,
Yes,
bear with me.
I'm sorry, but
Right.
yeah, before that one, yes.
Sorry. Oh. I'm no friends
I'm
of
here
the
for learning.
government.
I'm Bonnie from Bangladesh. I don't understand very well, so I need to understand from the experts.
No.
Well,
Anyway,
Go ahead, go ahead.
So the question is like one side we are seeing that there is a huge right definition of the human right here, but rule of law, why no definition? Why not rooted in the domestic national law? Why you all are a capacity and everything? So what can we do together? Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. This is a proactive question, which is the kind of question that I really like, and I thank you, sir, for your comments. We can and we should, my reaction to you is that we can and we should indeed work towards creating a mechanism where rule of law is as with human rights, very much apparent, very much as accepted as a central definition and so on, but I'll tell you the con, that's the pro. The pro is that we will be able to monitor it, not only an NGO or 2 or 100, but a proper mechanism in which we will be able to monitor it. That's the pro. The con is that it will be highly politicized. So who is this country to tell me, my country, that this is the rule of law? I have my own definition of rule of law. This is why I told you before, 1648, please go read about the Peace of Westphalia, homework for you. The concept of nation state is rendered obsolete today. We cannot keep thinking of it. We have to replace it with something better, in which we are to understand this in a multilateral way, and then rule of law will be adopted. I guess in a fora like the United Nations, but will be adopted with those caveats. Many people, to conclude, criticize the Human Rights Council because we have had in the past Libya as the chair of the Human Rights Council. No criticism intended, just a fact. Read the news. Most of the times, all of the time as of recent, when I have been a witness in the last decade, they do an outstanding job. But it has been politicized at a time, but you are correct. We need to work more towards the rule of law. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Director Mahia. And by the way, this gentleman's from Bangladesh. So, and I'll have to tell you, even though I'm a history major, when you said 1648, the Treaty of Westphalia did not come to my mind, initially.
But you won't forget
I
now.
will not forget it now. And if you ever ask that question again, I've got it.
Thank you, thank you.
So thank you. That was outstanding. Another round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So now we're going to go ahead and take our first coffee break, and I do ask you to be back in here at 10:15 because we're going to start with a good governance panel that Dr. Reed Martinez is going to moderate for us. So step outside, 10:15. Please be back in your place.
القناطر الخيرية town is located in Qalyubaya Governorate, north of Cairo City. It's populated by about 400,000 persons. As a result of ignorance and the lack of hygiene, some diseases prevail in القناطر الخيرية, such as bilharzia and hepatitis. Mortality rates are also high among women and newborn babies. القناطر الخيرية town is located in Qalyubia Governorate, north of Cairo City. It's populated by about 400,000 persons. As a result of ignorance and the lack of high القناطر الخيرية town is located in Qalyubia Governorate, north of Cairo City.
on, Freddie? So when are you on? When are you speaking? In the afternoon? Okay, oh, you're speaking and I'm speaking? You have a written schedule? I'm having trouble tracking you down. Oh, yeah. That would be great. Thank you so much. So what's your name?
Lori.
Lori, you helping out here?
Yeah, I was Dr. Martina's former fellow.
Oh, wow. So did you come with her?
Yeah, I did. And then
From Oral Roberts?
yeah, I graduated there in 2018 with my undergrad.
Are you working there?
No, I actually work for the government now. I'm a data scientist.
In Oklahoma?
I moved to Arizona, but I was in
All right, well,
Hopper
thank you
after
for helping. We're just trying to find out the schedule here.
It's supposed to go 10:15 to 10:45 this week session.
Yeah,
But it's 10:06 here.
because I'm on, I think it's 11:30, so. I know, I tried to find it. I forgot where I put it, you know. It was hard, I have to kind of go like this with my phone.
Yeah, I
Not very
just happened
convenient.
to like take a picture.
I wish they'd have just printed it
Yeah, that would be
for people, just have it on the page.
more copies than you were find.
Yeah, I know. Okay, which is your session? Let's see. Hey, how are you doing?
To introduce you is Dr. Arthur. He's an author and an anthropologist who explores the rise of myths.
You could just say, that German war, national war. And the executive committee of Davis. Isn't that what we call ourselves? And then vice president.
Okay, everybody, if you'll have a seat, please. And if we could have the panelists come on up. Yes, sir. Right there. Come on, sit there by Art. Cindy, please.
Oh, this is your schedule.
Brother Martins. Maddie. Where's Maddie? I just saw Maddie. Ray, I've asked Maddie to give just a little commercial on Redford City. She's going to do great. Oh, yeah. Please, no, go ahead. Yes, come on. Kathleen's going to sit here.
Where do you want me to sit?
Right. Oh, why don't you sit right there?
Me?
Yep. Martin's right there. Martin's, have you met Cindy?
No.
Hi.
Hello, Sandy.
Cindy's our new advisory board member, going to be moving on to the board.
Right.
Martin's is our key leader in Nigeria, and really he's the president of Africa. Most people don't know that, but we do. He's here with his lovely wife, Sade.
Economics and what public policy?
Good go.
This is a seat.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Okay, everybody, we're trying to get started.
Oops, is that my phone? Yeah. Make certain I am signing those are about 1
Mike Shea.
way.
Hey, Mike. Mike Shea, would you mind stepping to the door and asking people to come on in so we can get started? because we've got an important announcement and then moving right to our panel.
Just watch me.
Let's see, is Maddie here? Oh, yes, there she is. I've asked Maddie Cation to come and give a brief plug for one of the two things that we're really featuring outside that I hope you'll all take advantage of is the Res for City Renewable Energy Program. I talked about it briefly yesterday, but Maddie, come and just give an update, and I hope you all will stop by and talk to them more outside. You can just use this microphone here, Maddie.
Hey, I'd like to just give a brief announcement about something you'll see at the back to the right. It's called Res for City. Has anyone seen the banner out there yet? So you may be interested in learning more about it. Please take a card. And on the back of the card, there are QR codes that you can scan to learn more. But it means renewable energy systems for cities. And GH&I is partnering with UNITAR to disseminate this information across the whole world in the countries that we're working as well. And so me and my husband are the ambassadors for Thailand. We also have other staff working in Ethiopia as well. And then Charlie Lamento in the back. You can come ask us questions if you would like. But just to give you the overall gist right now, as we move to more renewable energy systems, we need to educate and train the laborers that are going to work in those fields and those jobs. So for that, we're developing an online program, different micro courses where students and people can go on, learn more, be educated, get a certificate after they do all the micro courses, and they'll be able to use that certificate to get jobs in the renewable energy system sector. So thank you so much. That's all I have for right now.
Yes, Maddie, thank you. This is really, thank you. Yes, please. This is really an exciting project. UNITAR invited us to be a part of the consortium. Maddie and Trey and Fidel in Ethiopia and others are taking the lead on it, Charlie Lamento. So I do hope you'll learn more about it because it can be great for your country. So now we'll turn things over to Dr. Reed Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. We are delighted to be with you today. I am, as has been noted, the Dean of the Geneva Institute for Leadership and Public Policy, and I'm delighted to introduce you to our group of panelists who will be discussing keys for good governance. These distinguished individuals come with a variety of experiences, so I hope that we'll be able to put together a bit of a kaleidoscope of different ideas related to this, and then during our breaks and during lunch hour, perhaps you continue your conversations with them individually. So let me introduce, first of all, Ambassador Paul Ndukwe, who's the president of Link International Ministries in Canada. He has over 47 years of leadership experience and is trained in community development, management of teams, how to enhance economic stability, sustainability in the South Sudanese refugees in both Uganda and Kenya. Just a number of international projects and initiatives, an amazing person. You'll enjoy getting to know him. Dr. Art Lindsley on the end, who is Vice President of the Institute for Faith and Economics. He's also chairman of the board for Transform World, and he's on the executive committee of the Geneva Institute for Leadership and Public Policy. He will bring important concepts about commitment, conscience, community, and courage, and economics as we look at the issues of good governance. We're also delighted to have today Martins Atanda, who is from Nigeria and works with GH&I, Global Hope Network International. He is just a great leader in his work that he does. On top of that, he's a great developer of people, and we can expect to hear some good things about transformational development, community development, one of his areas of expertise, and he will be able to help us understand the role of good governance related to those issues. Dr. Benjamin Moses is the Executive Director of Global Leadership Geneva, a nonprofit Christian organization serving the community of ambassadors, members of parliament, and business leaders to foster leadership excellence and nation building, and he does that through his work here in Switzerland. Dr. Young David Lee, do we have him with us today? Yep.
Come on.
Yep. Come on up. Yep, come on up.
You're on the panel.
Dr. Young-Gil Lee is former Vice Chancellor of Kumi University in the Kumi District of Eastern Region of Uganda, and he's also the facilitator for the Transform World Movement, among many other things that he does. And today we also have Cindy He, who is just a great gift to us when we look at her role in HR. She's a gifted HR executive with over 25 years of experience working with Fortune 500 companies. She has worked in different roles with World Bank, the Bank for International Settlements, Novartis, and most recently, Syngenta. She is going to be looking at that movement from the public sector to the private sector, whereas most to go from private to public. So it'll be great to hear from Cindy today. So let me start with Ambassador Ndukwe. The UN definition says that good governance is a process whereby public institutions conduct public affairs and manage public resources. Of course, we got to hear the great debate this morning about exactly what is good governance, right, and how these things get defined. But from your experience, as you look across the sectors, and you've worked across many, and you've worked across different countries, how do you see this operationalized and what's most important from your perspective?
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this panel. And when we talk about good governance and the keys to good governance and how do you merge or synergize from the secular to the, public or private, bringing things together. Yes, I also heard what was said today about good governance. There are universal principles, and those universal principles are principles that prevail. Although the practice might be different, but these are still principles, and they go across nations. And those things, to have good governance, and I've experienced, is that there must be transparency. If I'm not transparent with the people I'm working with, and I'm very secretive, then there's grounds to suspect what I'm doing. But beyond that, there should also be accountability. I am not my own. I'm owned by others. And I think we need to understand that every gift I have as a leader is not for me, but for someone else. And once I'm able to do that, then I'm able to know that I include others as much as I want to exclude.
Can you get a little bit closer, Ambassador?
Lean towards
Yeah,
that.
some people can't hear back in the back.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, the problem we have in the area of governance is when we exclude other people. And yes, it's good to exclude, but who do you exclude? You exclude people that have decided to exclude themselves. It's yours as a leader to include as many as you want to include, because each one of us have potentials, and we have abilities, we have skills that will benefit one another. And respect is something else that comes in when you talk about good governance. And let me also add this in conclusion: you must be a team player or people's-oriented person. And that's, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful response. Dr. Young-Gil Lee, with regard to the ambassador's response and the values that he brought out, what else do you see as good governance as you've looked at the multiple regions and across the international scenarios that you have had to work with and experience?
Yes, I think the multilateralism is quite important in the good governance, and in view of a good governance of a country in specific, for example, in South Korea, it's important to locate the need that the public sector, the government has. So, for example, the Korean government, even though they have a strong desire to develop international cooperation, they have a short of such a capacity to make global coverage of international cooperation. Now here comes the NGO role, like GHNI and GILP. So there are meeting points between the government and non-government and the civil societies. So what we have done is we try to find out the area of mutual interest, and we include the government, non-government, and civil society, and form a group of public diplomacy. So we led them, the team of those groups, to Geneva. So we linked them to Geneva Institute for Leadership and Public Policy, and built initial connections, and such connections developed further. And in such a way that we have Geneva Conference in South Korea, where government, civil society, and NGOs participate to do a good governance. And it led to a Washington, D.C. visit. Like, for example, Dr. Art Lindsley, who was sitting right there, he was instrumental so that he led us to the White House in Washington, D.C., and the State Department. So, it's a mutual synergy and good governance resulting in.
Great. The need for cooperation, as Alex had mentioned this morning. That's great. Dr. Moses, what do you see as some of the key attributes to develop and cultivate good governance as you do so much training in leadership?
Thank you, Dr. Reed Martinez, and also thank you, Dr. Denin. One of the wise men on earth, King Solomon, in his Proverbs, he said, "Kings hate wrongdoing, for a throne is established through righteousness." So it's a prerequisite for leaders to exhibit high level of integrity in their governance. This means being honest, transparent, and accountable in all their actions and decisions. And leaders are called to serve the people rather than seeking personal gain or power. Some years ago, we work with the ambassadors here in Geneva. We have several small groups, what we call the support group or hope teams, where we gather together as like-minded people for two purposes. One is to love God and to love our neighbor. And we have a leader in the group who comes from one of the poorest African continent. And he has transformed the culture of the organization by his leadership values. So once I was having lunch with him, and then he left, after lunch he left. So there was a gentleman who came to me and he said, "I'm sorry to interrupt you. By the way, do you know this gentleman with whom you had lunch with?" I said, "Of course, I know. He's a good friend of mine." "Why do you ask?" And he said, "He's an amazing person." I said, "Tell me about it." And he said, "This man is the senior diplomat in our organization." And he said, he introduced himself, "My name is Mohammed." And he said, last Friday, he said every Fridays, we do have a bad habit. We go to the toilet and we clean ourselves and we make the mess of the toilet. So he said last Friday around 6 o'clock when nobody was there in the office, and I go to the toilet, and of course what I see stunned me. He said, this gentleman who is the senior diplomat of the organization was picking up and cleaning all the toilet tissues, and he was putting things back. And he said, it deeply moved me. And he said, we may not share the same faith, but I respect this man's faith. So that was one of the qualities of integrity. Just finishing with two quotes. One is from Benjamin Disraeli, the former Prime Minister of the UK. He said, the greatest good you can do for another is not to share your riches, but to reveal to him his own. And then talking about governance, Tony Benn, a British parliamentarian, gave 5 essential questions. This is for all of us, and of democracy and giving power to people. First one, he says, we need to ask these questions. What power have you got? It's for all the leaders. And second one, where did you get it from? And the third one, in whose interest do you use it? Are you abusing your power or empowering others by using your power? And fourth, to whom are you accountable? And fifth, how do we get rid of you?
That is good. That is very good. Oh, well, in keeping with that, Martine, with your experience in leadership and leadership development, I guess you couldn't answer how we get rid of the leader, right? But maybe you could at least talk to us about what should be some of the prioritization. We've heard some good attributes of the good leaders and good governance. What would you set as some priorities as you look at developing leaders?
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Martinez, and thank you, Henry, for this privilege. Our priority, picking back on integrity, should focus on the context. Because if you say you are a good leader, your context must show. The society you govern must show. There must be a reflection of your goodness and your understanding of the principles of leadership in your context. And this is what brings about TCD. TCD is the acronym, Transformational Community Development. Everywhere Global Hope as an organization goes, we help to make sure that the context can reflect that there are good people here. The context can reflect that there are resources here that can be used to help people. Several times this morning, Alex alluded to the fact that there's a competition and a contrast between you see abundance of man and yet you see the poverty. And you are wondering, why can't we use this abundance to bring blessing? However, one of the crises that I see personally is that our integrity, truthfulness, don't only lack its image in our community because in Africa we don't plan. Africa specifically. There is no planning. Why can't we plan? We don't have a budget. We don't. Other countries, for example, in the West, America had some crisis, and nobody came to give America, help. People are taking, other countries have earthquake, for example. People take resources there. When America has crisis, nobody brings resources to America. Why is that so? Why must we always be on the receiving end? Oh, we say we lack this, we lack that. And because we cannot quantify what we have, we can't make budgets. When the politician speaks, the politician don't have integrity, not because he doesn't want to have integrity, but he can't even make promises on resources. He can't make budgets because how much do you earn? How much do you get your income as a country? Go into Google and find information about countries. You won't find them, particularly countries in Africa. You won't find, what's your population today? We don't have it. How many people are dying per time? We don't have it. How much money does your community generate? We don't have it. What are the good things happening here? Oh, we have minerals, we have oil. How much do you make in a month? We don't have it. So because of that, there are many areas of loopholes. So our leadership is already programmed for failure before it starts. See, if you don't need to be a professor to run a country like the UK or run Switzerland. They already, Alex talked about a civil system. They have civil service that are already doing the same thing. You just sit over there and the system continues. Even without a president, the system can keep running. But if you come back to my context, you discover that there is nothing. There is no information to guide you. There are no resources to guide. You can't even make promises and fulfill them. You can't stand by them because these things are lacking. So there is no planning and there is no budget. So your constituency or context, whichever word you want to use, continues to reflect poverty. How do we solve that? Over to you.
I was hoping you were going to give us the exact answer, and we could have 3 steps, 1, 2, and 3, and we solve the problem. Thank you for putting us in the midst of that challenge. Well, shall we turn to our international work that Cindy has done for us regarding what happens then within the context of moving from the private to public to the private, and what are some of the effective ways of looking at good governance on the journey that you've taken?
Can I move this one over?
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for having me here today. It's a privilege to be able to sit on the panel, attending the meeting the first time. So actually, I was reflecting on what Mr. Alex Meyer was talking about. He moved from the private sector to the public sector, and I moved the other way around. I started my early career post-MBA in the public sector, and when he talked about the frustrations, I knew exactly what he meant. And that was the reason why I kind of thought I need to seek something different. And after having worked in the private sector as an HR executive for about 20 years, I realized there's no difference. There's no difference in the way that when sitting as an HR partner or the head of HR of a department or a function, and all the executives on the team, in the leadership team, are like the countries with sovereignty. They all have their sovereignty to fight for. You have to respect them. There's no way I, and together with the department head, can rule over them. Our job is to bring the common ground together, and so that they can be effective together. So it's like private sector is like a little reflection of the public sector as well. And so with that, I actually think the boundaries are shifting more and more, kind of getting blurred. And so when Alex was talking about the rule-based, principle-based, rule-based kind of governance, and that makes me think, yes, the idea of sovereignty was introduced in 1648, but today, in today's context, this sovereignty is getting much, much more blurred in a slowly and gradual way. You think about that. We can legislate a lot of things, but when artificial intelligence came, right? When metaverse came, you name it. There's a lot of things come that human beings don't know how to deal with that. Laws cannot keep up with the development of our technology and our humanity and civilization. And so when the rule is not there to protect us, to legislate us, how do we handle ourselves? How do we, apply the good governance? And that's when principle-based governance comes to my mind. And that's also applicable in the private sector a lot. When the ethics and the compliance rules are not there to keep up with the new creativity of human beings, how actually apply principle? And a lot of the gentlemen here actually alluded to that. One of the principles is actually love integrity, right? We can openly talk about Christianity here. The first law that God gave us is to love your neighbor as yourself, right? And this is when the law of Moses is no longer applicable. God brought a different alternative, which is Jesus. And when he came, he brought love. And he educated us that love is the remedy of everything. When you don't know what to do, love your neighbor as yourself. The second principle is in Matthew 6:33, God says, seek first the kingdom of God and righteousness, and the rest will be given to you. And right, that's a biblical sense of principles. The third principle is in the Philippians, God says, in humility, consider others better than yourselves. And so these are the biblical foundations of the principles of how do we kind of deal with conflict and different opinions. But coming back to the more reality in the secular world, how do I see the principles? I think a couple of things. One is love and integrity, as we have talked about, and that's the first and foremost foundation. The second one is actually servant leadership. And Mr. Meyer said about minister actually means servant. I was like nodding my head like crazy. Yes, servant leadership. And that's something we teach in the private sector as well. Actually, how leaders are there to serve and not to rule over people. And when leaders are there to serve, there's a different atmosphere the team can come, the different energy and different sense of purpose the team brings forward. The third one is actually how do we move slowly from power to empower? I think, Martin, you talk about that as well. How do we actually empower people, right? The idea of power is when the Book of War is there to talk about that, there is an intrinsic need in us to have conflict, to fight for power, to have the sovereignty. Actually, how do we actually pour out our love and apply humility to empower others? And this will be a very fundamental kind of principle to actually empower people to be self-sufficient, to grow their skills, and not just to pour out financial support, but actually to grow their skills and to be sustainable. And the last principle I want to introduce actually is sustainable development. And it's not about the today, the short term, it's about the long term. How do we develop something that lasts? And we don't have an answer to that, but that we are all striving towards that journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cindy. Dr. Lindsley, in your work across the different areas, as I mentioned, you deal also with a lot of the different values, but you've also focused on economics. Could you give us a few comments related to economics and good governance? We've heard about not having a budget, but what are some of the key factors from your perspective?
Ask a professor. You ask a professor, and you're likely to get too much here, but I'll just give you a quick summary of some thoughts. First of all, a nation's not going to flourish economically without political, economic, and religious freedom. Let me say that again. A nation is not going to flourish economically without political freedom, economic freedom, and religious freedom. And it's not, I'll just mention 5 things quickly that are necessary in order for business to thrive. So these are sort of subdivisions of that. One is you've got to deal with violence. And of course, the rule of law, whatever that means, it's got to stop violence. You're not going to business thrive without dealing with violence. Business is not going to thrive if there's corruption. I'll be speaking more about corruption in just a few minutes, about 45 minutes or so. A business is not going to thrive unless there's private property. There's a book by Hernando de Soto called Mystery of Capital that demonstrates that, makes it axiomatic. You're not going to thrive as a business if there are too many regulations. You need to lessen regulations to make business easier to do. And you're not going to thrive as a business if there's a significant amount of trafficking in drugs and women. I could argue for all of those. And let me just recommend a couple books on these. First of all, on violence, The Locust Effect by Victor Boutros and Gary Haugen. It's a classic. Another book, Dead Aid, by Dambisa Moyo. And I already mentioned that Hernando de Soto, The Mystery of Capital. I mean, there's some books that demonstrate that, that each one of these things are essential for an economy to thrive. If you don't deal with these 5 areas, violence, corruption, private property, less regulations, and dealing with trafficking, you're not going to thrive as a nation.
Thank you so much. We have a couple of minutes left here. Do we have any questions from the floor?
Well, thank you so much. I would just love to say the comment if it is allowed. It's not a question. Is that okay? Okay.
What, let's stick to questions right now. If we
Okay.
could. Okay. Yeah, there's a question back there. If you could, yeah, we can take the microphone back there. Thank you, brother. Right here.
Thank you. Thank you. I just have a question and a challenge for my African fellow. I mean, I'm just basing my question, the stories that we have. I would call it, what they call it, a hopeless story. I'm like, Africa doesn't have plan. Africa lacks resource. And I tend to disagree because we have a lot of good case studies that have succeeded in economic development and even in good governance. So what's your basis or rationale for you to say that there's no budget, there's no plan in Africa, then we are poor or poverty. So, and following to that, and to Doctor, he said, rights, all those rights that you mentioned are preconditions for economic thrive. Don't we have cases where the economic development have overcome those ones? I mean, which one should come first? Like we could talk about, I don't know if mentioning countries is appropriate.
Which?
The question is, should economic rights, like the rights you say, violence, whatever, human rights, should precede economic thrive or economic development, or the economic development could overcome those challenges?
Thank you. Thank you so much, my brother. Yes, we do have some case studies. If you have 10 case studies out of 100, according to educational principles, you didn't pass. 10 out of 100 is failure. That's what I mean. Mansa Musa was one of the richest men in the world with gold in Mali. Where is the gold? Go to Timbuktu, it's a city in ruins. How do you explain that? The realities are before us. Most of the resources of the Western world go to Africa. They sustain life in Africa. Most of the money people spend in Africa is NGO money. The economy, you see black people who live big lives, they collect salaries from NGOs, most of them, not all. If the NGOs stop funding projects in Africa, most economies will be dead. You can Google it and find out the realities. But it's time we need to stop feeding on such resources. Leprosy mission. All the leprosy activities going on in Africa is funded from somewhere. USAID is funded from somewhere. What are we funding? That's the crisis. Until we fix our gaze on this reality and challenge our economy to work on it, we never really go past it. Thank you.
This will be
Make a comment on that too, since he asked me. It's a really good question. It's very complex, so I don't want to be too simplistic about it. But I would say, if you mean economic development, means like foreign aid, pouring money in from the outside, that has been, by and large, a failure. I mean, it has certainly contributed some things that allowed infrastructure and medical care and that sort of thing to come into the country. But after $2 trillion or multiple trillions of dollars that poured into Africa, a lot of that has, it's not going to help if there's violence in the streets. It's not going to help if there's corruption, if a lot of that aid is drained off into people's pockets, which it has been all too often. Corrupt dictators have put it in foreign bank accounts. You probably know the instances. If there's not private property, you're not going to be able to thrive for multiple reasons. Regulations, that sort of thing. One of the things in South Korea, that South Korea in 2 generations, like in 40 years, moved from a position of being one of the poorest countries, totally dependent on foreign aid, to one of the top countries in the world. And they have many factors, but 2 things particularly. They focus on innovation, and particularly making it easy to start a business. A couple very simple things. Now, of course, there were structures and institutions that were there, but it made a big difference.
Thank you, Dr. Lindsley. Also, thank you for your question. I'm sure we can have some more really good conversation during the lunch hour, and we'll look forward to it. Thank you, panelists, for contributing today. Again, please continue dialogues with each of them if you're interested in the areas that they've discussed, and we'll look forward to hearing more from you, all of you, during lunch hours. We have continued dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you all. A very impressive panel. And young Gil Lee, I'm glad you made it up to the panel. Yeah. Freddie? Yeah. We'll put Freddie right here. Yes. And we're trying. Which would you prefer? Standing. Okay. All right. Good. All right. Thank you for the panel. Dr. Freddie Albayati is going to be introduced by our friend Medhat.
Well, I have the pleasure to introduce my friend, from Egypt. We're both from Egypt. So Dr. Freddy Al-Bayadi, he is not new to GILP. He is one of the founders, actually. He came so many years. He is a very, very good speaker. And he already, I mean, there's so many things to say about Freddy. But he has already founded the Peace Center, Medical Center in Egypt, and it is keeping running and growing and helping so many poor in his town and his area. So he's very well known for that. He's a founder and CEO of the Peace Medical Center. And also he is a member of the Egyptian parliament for his district since 3 years now. 3 years, and we are hoping that he will be continuing for the coming period of the parliament as well. Dr. Freddy, we have the pleasure to have you. We're so looking forward to hear from you. Thank you.
Dr. Freddy, Laura will keep you posted on the time. She'll give you a 5-minute notice and a 1 minute and a 0.
Okay, and I keep ignoring that. Well, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to be back again to GILP after 3 years, almost the last time. It's good to see people again, and we have been in Zoom meetings, but face-to-face is a different thing. It's my pleasure to speak about this topic, peacemaking in a troubled world. This is my family. Marianne is my beautiful wife, and my 2 sons, Nair and Rani, and Toby is our dog. So just a quick presentation about my family and background. Are we in a troubled world? Do you think we're in a troubled world? Yeah, it is. It is getting more troubled every day, probably. And the statistics, the pandemics, the wars, the conflicts going around is really getting people worried and scary about what's going to be tomorrow, what's going to be in the future of this world. There are global conflicts, armed conflicts, as I said, pandemics and wars all over. There are some numbers I want to share with you. You know how many wars are going on in the world today? The definition of war is variable, but some people are putting definitions according to the number of deaths, according to the internal wars or international wars from countries to countries. But one of the research academies, which is called the Geneva Academy for International Humanitarian Law and Human Rights, they said there's 110 armed conflicts going around the world today. 110. And they defined it as armed conflicts with 100 deaths or more. That can be internal, over land, over drugs, over religion, over whatever. But there are 110 armed conflicts. This is a scary number. The pandemic, which all the world suffered, till last week, the WHO announced that the number of deaths is 6.9 million deaths from COVID-19 only, all over the world. It's another scary number. People are displaced from their homes, refugees. Also, the definition of refugees is different than the number of displacements. But according to the UN High Commission for Refugees, they say there is 108.4 million displaced out of their homes today. So the people might be displaced internally or in other areas. So there are global conflicts, social injustice, humanitarian crisis. There are 2 vital elements in peacemaking that I'm going to share about today, which is actually my personal experience over the 25 years. But peacemaking is can be a one-day seminar, can be a 1-week seminar, can be a 1-year study, can be a lifetime process. But I'm going to share about my personal experience in 2 fields over the past 25 years, which is building peace through fulfillment and harmony through correct political leadership. It's greatly needed now, more than ever. Peacemaking is greatly needed. Peacemaking, as I said, is a lifetime process. I'll share with you the role of healthcare in peacemaking. And some people may ask what has healthcare has to do in peacemaking. But this is my personal experience 25 years ago in a suburb of Cairo, where we have sometimes in Egypt, there is some religious conflict, some fundamental ideas from time to time according to faith, and there's a great need for healthcare. I'm a medical doctor, this is my medical study, so I decided 25 years ago with a group of friends to start a small clinic to serve the community, serve the poor people who cannot access quality health care. In our area, actually, there's a big problem. I know healthcare is a problem everywhere in the world, but in our area, it's a great problem. Many people cannot access quality health care. So we decided to offer quality health care to the people who cannot access it, but there was a great vision behind this, not only serving quality health care, but we try to get Christians and Muslims who sometimes get in conflicts, who sometimes get in misunderstandings, and sometimes in violence. So we got them to work together as volunteers to serve the community. And by working together, they get to know each other. By working together, they get to understand each other. They don't have to convert each one to the other's religion, but they have to respect each other's religion. They build bridges, they build peace, they do reconciliation. And Christians in Egypt are minority, they're like 10% of the population. So it happens that most Christians understand about Islam faith, but many Muslims don't know enough about Christianity because they don't get exposed to many Christians. So when they get to meet each other and they understand, they correct a lot of stereotypes, they correct a lot of misunderstandings about each other. And I always say to our staff, we don't need to change each one to be in your own religion, but make him respect your faith, make him love you as a human being and respect you as a human being. And this is what's done at Salam Medical Center. These are real photos from Salam Medical Center. You can see me doing ultrasound. This is my specialty as a radiologist. So at Salam Medical Center, we do, thank you, medical aid. We offer essential medical services, including primary health care, emergency care, and specialized treatments to vulnerable populations affected by conflicts or poverty. We do trauma rehabilitation in conflict-ridden areas. The center focuses on trauma rehabilitation, helping individuals recover physically and mentally from family violence or psychological insults. We do also cross-border collaboration. Salam Medical Center collaborates with international organizations, sharing resources and expertise to address global health challenges and promote peace-building initiatives. This is a 2-minute video from Salam Medical Center. I want to share it with you.
القناطر الخيرية town is located in Qalyubaya Governorate, north of Cairo City. It's populated by about 400,000 persons. As a result of ignorance and the lack of hygiene, some diseases prevail in القناطر الخيرية, such as bilharzia and hepatitis. Mortality rates are also high among women and newborn babies. In the midst of all ignorance and illness, there had to exist peace. That's why Salam Medical Center, whose name means peace, came to existence.
الاطباء والطاقم الفني اللي موجود في المكان على مستوى عالي جدا. لو مش كفء ما كنتش شفت النتيجه اللي انا شفتها في بنتي بصراحه يعني. انا قعدت كام سنه وانا بعمل ما شفتش اي تحسن في المكان اللي انا كنت فيه بره. ساعه ما جيت هنا فتره قصيره قوي وشفت تحسن ما كنتش متوقعه بصراحه. بتخدم مسلمين وبتخدم مسيحيين. المبدا اللي اتعلمناه من السيد المسيح انه كان يقول يصنع خيرا. المسيح عمره ما سال الانسان اللي بيشفيه انت دينك ايه أو جنسك إيه؟
بعض الناس فعلا وجهت لي سؤال زي إن ليه بتشتغلي في مكان ينتمي للكنيسة في حين ممكن تأدي نفس الخدمة لمكان يحتاج أكتر ينتمي للجامع. فبصراحة أنا لحبي المكان وإني ما لقيتش فيه فرق ده بالعكس شجعت بعض الناس او الدكاتره التانيين زميلاتي ان هم يشتغلوا في المكان ده، لان زي ما قلت لحضرتك ما لقيتش فيه فرق.
هو اجر رمزي شويه، بس احنا يعني عاملينه اللي هو تطوع للمركز وللناس وخدمه وكده.
اي تبرع انا بديه للمستشفى هيعود عليا في الاخر وهيعود على الناس كلها.
مستوصف السلام بيتميز بحاجه مهمه جدا، ان هو في تطوير مستمر، يعني شباب دائم.
This photo is very illustrative of the message of Salam Medical Center. In 2013, after the Muslim Brotherhood regime was removed from power, there was a fearful attack against Christians and Christian properties all over the country because they believed that Christians were part of the demonstrations and revolution against the Muslim Brotherhood regime. And in these days, there was fearful attacks. 79 churches and Christian properties were burned in one day. And one of these days, we heard about the demonstration coming from villages around us, from Muslim Brotherhood supporters marching into our town. And the hospital, as you see it clearly, is a Christian place. It's owned by the church in a church compound. And me personally was one of the, or still on their wanted list for the Muslim Brotherhood, because I was one of the leaders of the revolution, the peaceful revolution against Muslim Brotherhood. I was at the Senate House at this time, and I resigned to be in the street calling for peaceful revolution to change the regime. So we were actually worried about what will happen to the hospital. Will it be attacked by the people in the demonstrations? But to my surprise, I saw the young Muslim men lining up in front of the hospital and the church to protect it as human shields in case anyone might attack the hospital. And this day, actually, I cried in tears and said, we didn't waste our time in the past years. We saw the fruits of the work, the peacemaking and reconciliation in the people, in the community people who were willing to defend the hospital and the church by their lives. Well, political leadership. You might ask yourself, what's the connection between healthcare and political leadership? There might be not many connections, but with my personal experience, it was a connection. This is how I got into politics. Back in 2000, I had nothing to do with politics. I was a CEO of the small clinic which we started, focusing my work on starting this project, how to keep it up, how to do fundraising to keep it operationally sustainable. And this day I got an invitation to meet with the General Secretary of the National Democratic Party. And at this day, there was only one functioning party. It was the President's party, President Mubarak at that time. And there was no other active parties. And it was also a great privilege for anyone just to be connected or affiliated or a member of this party. You will get a lot of privileges from the government. So I got an invitation to meet with the General Secretary of the party in our state. I went to meet him. He said to me, we are following very well what you are doing in the hospital and how much impact and appreciation it has received in the community. And we are looking for young people to be part of our central committee in the state. I was young at that time, of course. It was back in 2000. And the guys, I was actually hesitating to accept this because I was already committed to other things. But he said to me, I know that whoever joins politics in our country is usually looking for one of two things, either for popularity or for money. And I'm sure you don't need any of them. And he was wrong. At least I needed money at that time. So he said, we want you to be part of our central committee of the party. After some thinking, I accepted. It was a good way to help people to get the rights from the government. So this is how I started my relation with politics. In 2013, after the Muslim Brotherhood regime came in, the Muslim Brotherhood president at that time wanted to show that they have tolerance and diversity to other religions and other groups. So he asked the church to nominate a number of names to be appointed at the Senate House. Because according to the Constitution, the president can appoint a number of senators at the Senate House. So my name was nominated from the church and was appointed by the Muslim Brotherhood president at that time in the Senate House as a senator. And from day one, I was opposing the president who appointed me, and it was strange. So, and I resigned in less than 1 year, asking for the peaceful change of the regime, and it happened. In 2020, I was asked by my party, which is the Egyptian Social Democratic Party. And again, our Democratic Party is different than the American Democratic Party. It's mainly focusing on democracy and freedom and minority rights. We focus on women empowerment, youth empowerment. So I was asked to run for elections, and I was voted in to be a member of the Congress, the House of Representatives, from 2021. So we focus, I experience focusing on legislative advocacy and community engagement and international cooperation. I'll try to be fast for the time. The power of collaboration between healthcare institutions, political leaders, and international organizations is really essential. We can address the root causes of conflicts, promote equality and justice, and build a sustainable future for all. The vision for peacemaking, which started with me as a local vision in a small town, it became a national level. Many times I'm speaking in the parliament, in the national TV in Egypt about peacemaking and reconciliation. It even had some international platforms. Here I'm speaking at this conference with the many distinguished and honorable people from all over the world. So the vision actually expanded in a great way. We can provide vital services, advocate for peace, justice, and equality. Thank you so much, and I'm really looking forward to, if you are still awake, looking forward to have more discussions at the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. That was an unexpected slide there at the end. Thank you. Oh, to have a leader like Dr. El Bayati here speaking, a medical doctor, member of parliament, is an honor. So thank you, sir. And been a long-time friend of ours from Cairo. So Medhat, thank you for introducing Dr. El Bayati. Alistair, are you here? Yes, right here. Our next presenter is from, you're right here in Geneva, right? Yeah, okay. So we're looking forward to hearing from you, and we have Lauren here who'll give you the 5-minute warning when you come close to your time, okay? And then 1 and then 0, and that means, you know, it's the very end. Yeah. And if you could, we're not taking a long time to give people's biographies, Alistair, but if you could just tell a little bit about, you know, who you are and so forth as you make your presentation, that would be great. It's an honor to have you. Good to meet you.
Yeah, and do you mind if I stand up?
Please, love for you too.
I'm recovering from a cold, so
yes,
if I stand up, I'm sure I'll be more energetic. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm Alistair. I'm based in Geneva since August 2020, so made the move during COVID and scratched my head for 12 months about why I was sitting in another apartment seeing just a different set of 4 walls, but very happy to be here. I was based in Oxford before. I studied there undergraduate and postgraduate and came across this wonderful initiative called the Economics of Mutuality. We're now based just down the road in Maison de la Paix with the Graduate Institute. We are a foundation-owned consulting company, a bizarre creature, but hopefully an example of what I'll talk to you about when we mean completing capitalism. We came from the Mars Corporation. So I used to work with the think tank of the Mars Corporation. Mars is a family-owned business. Any pet owners, dog lovers, cat lovers? Yeah, okay, do you feed them Royal Canin? No, you don't love them enough then. Do you feed them pedigree? No? IAMS? Okay, these are all Mars brands. Maybe we have chocolate lovers, but I know in Switzerland, Mars confectionery is not chocolate. It's confectionery. Okay, chocolate something else. Candy is what Mars sells. Okay, if you're talking to a Belgian or a Swiss, make sure you refer to Mars products as candy and not chocolate. Chocolate is something very different. Okay, but the Mars brands are Galaxy, Snickers, Maltesers, and so on. So Mars is a family-owned company, and I'll tell you a bit about the story, but the family there initiated this idea called the economics of mutuality. And economics in this room probably is tending towards public policy. So can I bring you back towards kind of not macroeconomics, but microeconomics and the theory of the firm? So our ideas are much more at home in that place. And the case study that we'll do together is how are large corporations tackling issues around peace, around trust, around social cohesion in emerging markets. And when I say large multinational corporations, I mean $40 billion a year revenue corporations. So there's something going on in our economic system that means not just what's the role for the private sector, that's too small a question. It needs to be how do we reimagine the role and the purpose of the private sector and our corporations at large. And that's the question that we'll be discussing at the start, just maybe 10 minutes of kind of theory, if you'll bear with me. And that at the heart of these theory questions is purpose. We all have questions of purpose personally, but our institutions need to answer some questions around purpose as well. And our corporate sector is no different to that. So completing capitalism, that's our purpose at the economics of mutuality. You're probably thinking very humble, achievable purpose. And it is humble because it's the verb. We're still completing. Our goal is not to finish the work. Our goal is to be part of the work. And I hope that actually in half an hour or so, there'll be other people in this room that will say, well, actually, I'd like to be part of that work, of that ongoing work of completion, not the final job of saying it's done, because I don't think we'll get there for quite some time. I left the clicker behind, if you don't. Sorry. Thank you. So why do I say that we need to actually ask a deeper question, not what's the role of the private sector, but first, what's the purpose of the private sector? Okay, so I think we need to ask that question for these three reasons. Our corporations are operating with an outmoded model of value creation. We have an economics professor in the room, so I might get corrected, but if we go back to the very basic definition of economics, it's simply the management of scarcities. Slightly reductionist, but at core, what we're talking about when we talk about economics is how do we manage forms of scarcity? Okay? Capitalism came about at a time 50, 60 years ago with the thinking of the Chicago School, a guy called Milton Friedman, who we'll hear from again. Financial capital was scarce. It was a post-war world. People were trying to rebuild our communities, trying to get liquidity back into the system. Okay? The form of capital that was scarce was financial. We had communities that were bonded. They had just gone through this remarkable kind of war period and come out the other end. People trusted each other. There was cohesion in much of our communities. Our environmental capital, our natural capital, was in a much better state than we are today. Today, we have Earth Overshoot Day. Anyone know what Earth Overshoot Day is? It's the calendar day in the year where we consume more resources than our world can sustain. Okay? And that date is in July now. In COVID, it snuck back into August, okay, but it's in July. So by July this year, so in a month's time, we'd have consumed more than the Earth can sustain. Earth Overshoot Day. It's a nice metric to keep track of if you like to scare yourself, okay? But we are totally mismanaging our economics because we're not managing the forms of capital that are actually scarce now, okay? Financial capital is overabundant. Until 2 years ago, we had negative interest rates. That is the literal economic definition of overabundance of financial capital, okay? Too much accumulation, not enough distribution. We just heard a figure of we have over 100 wars at the moment. Our social capital is declining and is scarce. And I just mentioned Earth Overshoot Day, okay? We consume more than we can sustain. So our forms, our scarcities have actually inverted over the last 50 years. Financial capital is now overabundant, and other forms of non-financial capital are scarce. But we teach in our MBA schools, we promote on the basis of managing only one form of capital, financial capital. Massively dysfunctional, okay? But there's another governance issue here, okay? The governance issue is that because of the size of multinationals, we have CEOs, CFOs, C whatever, fill in the blank, that are managing bottom lines and assets that are bigger than most of our nation states. Okay? If you have a market cap of $2.5 trillion like Apple or Microsoft, you're in the top 10 of GDP. So if you compare GDP of nations to market cap of Apple and Microsoft, you're looking at these two companies being in the top 10, okay? Just behind China, the US, Japan. Okay, that's it, basically. Okay, so they're larger than 96% of global economies. Two corporations. Are they elected? Does anyone have a say except a few people around a boardroom? No. It's a massive governance challenge. Okay, the CEO of Mars, a $40 billion company, has more power than most nation states. And I mean power in the hard power and the soft power sense. Okay, brands are massive soft power. M&Ms are on the Super Bowl halftime thing. Okay, that's soft power if you want a good example of it. Okay, so we have a massive governance problem because we have leaders who are not trained and not equipped to be political leaders who are de facto in political positions by virtue of the size of the corporations that they run. A massive concern for a leadership development aspect, okay? And a massive concern for who holds these people accountable, okay? Because our public markets don't enable that. And the last is you bring these two things together and we have a worrying mess, okay? We have a worrying mess because we have a system that is only thinking about one form of capital, and we have people who are promoted and incentivized on that form of capital as well. Okay, so why do we need a new purpose? Well, we need a new purpose because the time demands that we start to manage new forms of scarcities. And it's hard. What's harder than learning? Unlearning, okay? Anyone that's, I've got 2 young kids, and I'm unlearning all the cool things that I learned before the kids arrived. That's really hard to do. And this is what we're asking some of our senior leaders of our biggest businesses in the world to do. And part of our work is to also engage with MBAs and different universities around the world to start rethinking the way that they do their management education. So I think these 3 things come together to say that actually we need to shift from being satisfied with marginal change to actually push ourselves for transformational change. And the window for us, accepting or being comfortable with marginal change is closed. And I joke because with this kind of from to and the images here, because I've spent so many times, I've been doing this 10 years, and most of what I hear is someone telling me that they've turned this square on the side and it's a diamond. And I go back and I say, I'm sorry, that's still a square, you've just rotated it. You haven't changed the nature of anything if you're just turning a square on the side. It's not a new shape. You're tricking yourself, you've just rotated it, okay? What we need to talk about when we talk about purpose is what's on the left, a change in the nature of things. Okay, if we're not talking about a change in the nature of things, if we're not talking about what the purpose of our firms is, then we're not having the conversation that this moment requires. Okay, it's as clear as that. And we do a lot of consulting with large firms like Mars, and I talk to a lot of chief sustainability officers, and they're asking a series of questions, and sometimes I stop them and I say, are you like the churchgoer that runs up to the priest at the end of the service and says, I've got a question for you. You've been talking about giving and donations and how the church needs all of these things. Can I ask you a quick question? What's the least amount of money I need to give for everyone to think I'm generous? Why? No generous person asks that question, right? Companies come to us and say, Alistair, what's the least amount of purpose stuff that we need to do for everyone to think that we're purposeful? Okay? That's how we get to greenwashing. That's how we get to purpose washing. It's how we get to all of these phenomena, because they're not asking the transformational question. They're busy trying to convince everyone they've become a diamond, but all they've done is turn their square on its side. Okay? Oh, sorry. So what do I mean by transformational change? Actually, we mean something quite specific. Okay? It's not just the shapes. We have an actual methodology for thinking about this. And on the x-axis, we talk about being purpose-centric. So most firms, by I mean, actually by regulation, by how they're enshrined in law, are firm-centric. Okay, they have fiduciary duties. We've all heard that phrase many, many times. Okay, they have a responsibility to shareholders, all of these things. But we're saying that part of the conversation around purpose is about expanding that set of responsibilities so that there's the same level of responsibility to other stakeholders. And that's the conversation that we're seeing now in this conversation about stakeholder capitalism. Can we shift from shareholder capitalism to stakeholder capitalism? And then on the y-axis, we're talking about, well, what's actually going on within your firm? So what's the culture within the firm? What are the bonus incentives for your CEOs? Are you changing those? Are you promoting not on how much you can squeeze out of a supplier, but how many people you're benefiting in your supply chain? Okay, all of these questions are absolutely essential if we're going to do the transformational work that's required. So you'll see some things, you know, corporate philanthropy, it's firm-centric. It's usually you're giving money into a topic that's near one of your head offices or something like this. But it doesn't actually change. People are still incentivized in the same way. You're still being promoted on the same way. Marginal change is not what we need. Okay. There's some very good advanced sustainability initiatives. You know, Unilever do wonderful work in this area. Patagonia do wonderful work in this area. But there's still more to do because it's still within their supply chain. It's still within the communities that they rely on. You know, helping someone that you buy cotton from to produce better cotton is quite a no-brainer, self-serving thing to do. But actually, if we want companies to do more than just kind of scratch their own back, we're going to have to shift them along that x-axis to be purpose-centric. There's still a business case the further along you get on the x-axis, and that's going to be the topic of our case study, okay? So this work started with this question: what's the right level of profit for the corporation? This is a transformational question. It doesn't often get asked in a boardroom. And this came from Forrest Mars Sr., who is the second generation son of the founder of the Mars Corporation. He asked this in 2008. Why did he ask it? Because he was looking at his P&L and his balance sheet, and he said, I am making money hand over fist. And this tells me that I have so much money that someone somewhere I work with is suffering as a result of the amount of money I'm keeping for myself. Why does it make business sense? Well, because if I want to be around for 50 years and I'm squeezing all these people so tightly, they're not going to be with me in 50 years, right? And if your product is candy, okay, you're working with cocoa farmers. And cocoa farmers are some of the poorest of the poor, okay? In Cote d'Ivoire, in Ghana, in Indonesia. Okay, these are some of the people that are on $1 a day, if they're lucky. So are they being squeezed? Absolutely. So this is a fantastic question to ask. And it's actually the question that we started to do research with an excellent professor at Oxford called Colin Mayer. Look him up. He's written some wonderful books on this topic. Firm Commitment, if you want some bedtime reading. Bedtime because it might put you to sleep. But stick with it because it's great. But this is the question that we all need to ask our corporations. What is the right level of profit? And there's that famous quote by Rockefeller, who was asked in an interview, how much money is enough? And he said, always a little bit more. We need to change that way of thinking, okay? This guy here is Milton Friedman, probably the most influential economist, who had the famous phrase, the sole social responsibility of the firm is to maximize profit for distribution to shareholders. Okay, so that is the purpose of the firm in shareholder capitalism. Maximization of profit for distribution to shareholders. We're saying corporations need a new purpose. And that purpose should be this. It should be to create profitable solutions to the problems of people and planet, and not to profit from causing harm to people and planet, both the negative and the positive. Not every company can do the positive, but every company should be held to account for not doing the negative, not profiting from causing harm. Why is this a transformational definition? Can anyone see a change in definition here? from the status quo. If you look at meaningful challenge and profitability, or unprofitable. Does this work? Oh, sorry. By today's measure of success, profit would be your performance. And the meaningful challenges or the non-financial issues that you tackle would be your sustainability metric. And we're saying it's inverted. Your profitability is your sustainability measure. Sustainable because every business should be profitable so that it can continue to grow and scale the positive impact that it's having. There is a role for money. It's a means, not an end, okay? Meaningful challenges. So what are you doing to solve the problems of people and planet? Well, that's your performance. The extent to which you're solving the problems and people and planet is your new performance metric. That's how I know if you're a good business, because you're solving the problems of people and planet. And by the way, if you're not making money, I'm worried because you're going to have to stop at some point because you're going to run your business into the ground. So please make money. But that's your sustainability metric. That's going to be what sustains your efforts to continue to solve the problems in people and planet. And the solutions that you come up with are your activities. The reason why there's a business case here is because it is a massive push towards innovation. It's a massive push to, what's innovation, right? It's transformational questions. If you're asking the same question to the same people again and again, I'm sorry, you're not going to get innovation, right? You can accelerate that, you can do it more, you can do it again and again. If you're not asking new questions to new people, you don't get innovation. You get innovation when you ask new questions to new people. And that's how you figure out what you don't know, okay? And this is why there's a business case for this way of thinking. So there's just three fundamental pillars, and then we'll dive into the case study. So the first shift in this transformational way of thinking about business is to go from company-centric to being purpose-centric. So this is like Copernicus, okay? It's like we call it a Copernican revolution for business. There was a long time where we thought that we were at the center of the universe. Okay? It was quite a hard thing to get the rest of society to believe that actually the sun was at the center of the universe. And it's quite a hard thing to get a corporation to think that it's not at the center of its universe. But it's not. And it's great news that it's not. And it's great news for them, but don't always see it that way. Okay? Purpose is at the center. And what I mean by a purpose is a meaningful challenge. Maybe it's to end single-use plastic. Maybe it's to end conflict in the Cape, Western Africa, right? These are all meaningful challenges that companies can be part of. If you're a mining company, is it in your interest to end conflict in Africa? Of course it is. But the way you're going to do that is by putting that purpose at the center and you playing your role alongside other stakeholders, not doing it in a way that's merely self-serving. Okay, that's how you get sustainable and deep impact. Stakeholders, we need to see an end to value chains. Okay, because value chains basically are a pie-splitting mindset. Okay, it's about fighting for a zero-sum game. There's this amount of pie left. How many people in my supply chain can I split it amongst? And I'll use my power and my influence to make sure I get the most margin from that. Okay, systems are a totally different mindset. Why? Well, because a system is always about being greater than the sum of its parts. If systems thinking can be scary, and especially when you dive into it, so don't do it unless you've got thick skin. But all you need to know about systems and why systems are so important is because they create results that are greater than the sum of its parts. Just think about a motorbike. If you broke up every single piece of that motorbike and put it on the floor, it'd be totally useless. You put it in a system where every part is working, playing its role, connected to the other parts, you have a motorbike that gets you from A to B, to C, to D, gets you there faster. Okay, but you have to have it put together in a system where everyone knows its role, where everyone's playing to its strengths, where people are benefiting each other. Okay, you separate all of these things in some kind of long chain. You don't get greater than the sum of its parts results. That's what systems thinking is all about. And that's part of the innovation equation, and it's part of the impact equation. And then last, if we've redefined success for the firm, we're also going to need to measure that, because in business, you only manage what you measure. And if we're only measuring everything through financial capital, then we're not going to have a holistic picture on the performance of the business. Beware the financialization of non-financial capitals, please. Okay, turning trust into a dollar value is another dysfunction of the same system, because it's putting financial capital at the top of the tree, right? If a business is only interested in the levels of trust in a community, when you put a dollar value to it, it hasn't understood the value of trust, okay? You can have a cost associated with building trust, okay? So my conflict, my reconciliation program might cost me $2 million a year. Fine, put that cost into your balance sheet, put that cost into your P&L. That makes sense, because those programs have a cost. Don't tell me the value of the trust you've created is $2 million, because you can't put a dollar value on trust, okay? And more importantly, it preserves the way of thinking that everything needs to be seen through a financial lens, okay, which is the heart of what we're trying to tackle. So purpose is at the center, and actually performance is measured in multiple forms of capital around that purpose in its own terms, okay, not through financial terms. That's the theory. How am I doing for time? 7.5 minutes? Okay. I won't pause for questions. Okay. This is probably our oldest and most developed example of our work. It's in Kenya, so I joined for some of the discussion, so I'm sure plenty of you will know about Kibera slum and the world that inhabits. I grew up in the Philippines, so I also know a lot about places like Smoky Mountain. That's where we said we were going to do this first business built on these values, because if it can work in the toughest environments, it should be able to work in the more appealing environments. And actually now, I mentioned Royal Canin earlier. Royal Canin is sort of 50 euros for 2.5 kilos of dog food, okay? So that's premium food for your pet by any definition. This is the total opposite end of the business spectrum, okay? This is selling chewing gum in some of the poorest areas in urban environments, okay? So this is sharing tiny bits of double mint and different Mars snacks. I will take the question about, is it good to be selling candy to poor people? I'm very happy to have that conversation. I know there's some people that are asking that. Grab me afterwards and we'll have that conversation. So what are we trying to do? We're trying to say, can a business be designed to benefit the people who participate in it and the communities in which they live? Can that be at the center rather than the profit and the margin of a company? And in the end, can we show that a company can benefit at the same time as having this purpose at the center? The short answer is yes. So this business is now 10 years, has been going for 10 years as of last week. It is making a 20 to 25% contribution to the Kenya business, okay? Significant net sales value to the business, okay? 20 to 25%. This is not a marginal kind of CSR program on the fringes of a business. This is contributing a quarter of the bottom line, and some years a similar amount on the top line to this business, okay? How does it work? Well, basically we did that methodology. We said, forget value chains. Let's think about the system, and let's understand the system of a slum. How does that slum work? What's lacking? And what we discovered in that slum is basically that actually trust levels are incredibly high, okay, on certain topics. People want to work together. People want to better lives for each other. And what are the institutions that hold the most trust? In Kenya, it was the churches, okay, and then the NGOs. So our first partnership was with a church, because the social capital in the community was held by the church. If the pastor is saying, hey, guys, they're here for you, join in, then we'll go from 10 seats filled to 1,000, because we were tapping into the non-financial assets and resources that were in that community. So this is actually a business that's built foundationally on social capital. So, often companies think they need to grow a business by building a huge factory, by putting huge, CapEx requirements into their P&L and trying to just grow something from its scratch. Well, that's because you haven't gone into the ecosystem and seen the wealth that's already there, even, or should I say, in particular, in areas of poverty, because there's tremendous wealth. It's just not wealth in financial terms, okay? So what we did was we essentially recruited all these different types of participants into a distribution ecosystem. And you'll see the business benefit implicitly, but this was all designed around how do we get slum dwellers reliable income? Okay, how do we get them reliable income and then scale that going forward? So there were all of these players, but they were all disconnected. So there were people who were going from house to house trying to sell a few bits and pieces. You know, they struggled to get sort of decent branded goods that they thought that people would desire. So we understood why the kind of retail environment wasn't great in the slum area. And we said, well, actually, as a business, we can solve that. We can get you great branded goods and give you really good margins on those. We can do that because we can do that at scale. And you guys don't have the capital to do that. So why don't we do it? But you know everyone. You know everyone that lives here. So rather than us bring in some sales people from some large organization to come walk around your community, how about you just walk around your own community and meet the people that you meet every day and say, hey, I've got this small business. It's the Mars Corporation that's doing it, and this is what I'm selling. So why is this something that puts them at the heart of what we do? We never force them to sell our products. We said, well, just tell us what you want to sell. But of course, it's human nature. Well, what's in it for you? Don't know yet. You tell us what you want to sell. I was like, oh, we'll sell some of your products. They like it's PK Gum, if you're any Kenyans here, that's the local brand. So it was PK Gum they were selling to begin with. Oh, well, we want to sell what you guys offer because you're helping us out. Brilliant. Social capital. Okay, there's no contract here. It's just a decision because they could see that we were putting their interests at heart. So we built up a mobile app to make sure that the stock points could tell all the uplifters and the hawkers, hey, we have new stock, come collect the stock. They would do the stock. We would help with the kind of accounting piece, and they would get out to the consumers. The role that we figured, and this was kind of, again, if you don't put purpose here, it's just a cost center, okay? We paid for this field officer at the top to basically become the training and kind of relationship focal point within the community, okay? That any business would look at that and say, that's just an unnecessary cost. We're getting all of the stuff to the stock point. Don't worry about investing in a field officer to bring everyone together and do training and stuff. That's just a waste of money because we're getting our product out through the stock point. I said, no, purpose is at the center. We need to have a field officer here to coordinate, to build the relationships, to check in on people, to make sure that they were learning some good business skills, that we weren't doing it for them, that they could eventually learn how to do bookkeeping, eventually that they could learn how to do a sales pitch, right? That they had a uniform, and eventually, 10 years later, we're offering them motorbikes on credit that is 15% lower than usual microcredit options for them. Okay, when you hear microcredit, by the way, don't think that this is a great option for most. Basically, percentages for repayment, are still in the upper 30s if you're lucky in these environments. Okay, these are the margin breakdowns. You can see that Mars gets basically 15%, which is lower than the average. And on purpose, we said we're going to get lower than the average. So again, a deliberate choice not to make as much money as possible. This is all the impact we've been having. So we track human and social capital, and we believe that actually as long as we're continuing to grow human and social capital, we'll continue to make money for the business. That's the premise. If you don't follow the money follows you, okay? Because money is not an end, it's a means. And so if I can have 10 seconds. The vision is this. The vision is we live in a world where people serve business, business serves finance, and finance serves itself. What happens if we can work towards a world where finance serves business, the real economy, business serves people and the planet, and people serve each other? That's what this business is about. People are serving each other, and as people serve each other, they serve business, and we can get finance to continue to grow that kind of model. Thank you very much.
Alistair, thank you. That was absolutely amazing. The thing that's most humbling to me is how much you know that I don't know, okay? So I hope you can stay around for lunch. If you can, we're going to have lunch break at 12:30. And I know some people would love to talk more about it, but thank you for what you shared. That was so helpful, and we really do appreciate it. Okay, we've asked Dr. Art Lindsley to handle how to address corruption in 10 minutes, okay? And when I told him he had 10 minutes, he was like, okay, you want me to help people understand how to fight corruption in 10 minutes, and there's only one man in the world who can do that, and it's Dr. Art Lindsley. So, Art, please come up, and we'd love to hear from you. By the way, after Dr. Lindsley, we're going to, let me be sure. Yes, we're going to talk about addressing rural poverty, and Johanna and Fidel and others are going to share, and then we're going to have some group discussion on what we've learned this morning about good governance, taking us into lunch, okay? So, Art, you've got 10 minutes to tell us all we need to know about corruption.
Massive challenge. I tell you what, before you start to count, let me just make a comment that I love the economics of mutuality. I've spent a lot of good times with Gavin Long, who's now the CEO. Alistair, is he president and CEO? You're talking to somebody. Gavin Long is like the president and CEO, right? Executive director. And then Jay Jacob is a very good friend of mine. And there are lots of questions I'm sure he's raised, and they're worth asking, worth wrestling with. Because the People Planet Profit is not only good for people and for the whole system, but it's also potentially causes flourishing in a lot of different ways, including financial. So that's a further discussion. Okay, you can start my time now. Who's got the clock? Okay, good. Well, I'm going to be dealing with corruption, and it's a challenge to deal with corruption in 10 minutes. So I'm going to stick to my notes and not take too many variations. Corruption is obviously a massive subject for a 10-minute talk. All I can do is point you to some questions and issues for further study. It's interesting, by the way, that Aristotle in his book Ethics really thought that he had 2 chapters in the middle of his book on ethics that were devoted to friendship, and particularly friendships of virtue, because he thought that if you have friends that love virtue, working towards a virtue-filled society, that would be the best way of good governance. Of course, that's far from the way we find it sometimes, but it is a good ideal to keep in mind, to have the values you have be right at the center, and the kind of society you want has got to be behind that vision. To the degree that violence, envy, dishonesty, suspicion, and theft and greed are allowed to grow in a society, to that degree, the society will not flourish. I think we can say that for certain. There is, by the way, a corruption index that's worth looking at that has the perceived degree of corruption in every society in the world. It goes from 1 to 180, from the least corrupt to the most corrupt. And it's really worth looking at and doing some study about it. Well, what I want to deal with quickly, since I have a very short period of time, is 5 effects of corruption. Of course, there's more than this. And 5 thoughts about how to address corruption. Obviously, it will not be exhaustive. 5 effects of corruption. First of all, poverty. If there's corruption, the poor become poorer and the rich become richer. The money goes into people's pockets and away from those that are poor and away from the society. Causes instability because if you get in power in a very corrupt society, you are going to get incredible amounts of money. So there's a desire to fight and even use violence to be able to get into positions of power, because you can enrich yourself and perpetually have a lot of money available. There's a book called Dead Aid by Dambisa Moyo that documents that 85% of foreign aid has gone to purposes other than which it was intended. It goes into people's pockets. 130 billion has been misused. In some countries, dictators have taken billions of dollars and placed them into foreign bank accounts. And that's a very significant problem that some people, some of the solutions, try to address. Third, there are less resources. If corruption is allowed to reign, when nations' funds are stolen, that leaves the country less able to provide education, medical care, employment, infrastructure, such as roads and bridges, and less GDP. So it really hurts the society in every possible way. Fourth, it gives inefficiency. If corruption permeates a culture, it makes everything more difficult. Hernando de Soto uses an example in his book, The Mystery of Capital, where he had a team of 5 people working full-time, trying to start a factory with 2 sewing machines to produce garments. Very small business. And so they had to go out and get all of the permits that were required to do this small business, and then pay whatever is involved, like the fees for those permits, and then on the side, commissions and slash bribes on top of the money that was pledged there. And it took them actually to start this very small business, 289 days of 5 people working full-time to get that factory started and to get all the licenses that are there. So it's very inefficient. It makes it almost impossible for someone that's really poor to start a small business. In fact, I once asked a guy that was involved in microfinance, Peter Greer, Hope International, can people work from microfinance to small business? And they said, of course, it's theoretically possible. But practically speaking, it's impossible to start, for that poor person to start a small business, because think of all the time and energy and money it would take to do so. So often that corruption leads to inefficiency in the society and the inability to start small businesses. It also leads to distrust. If corruption is allowed, it leads to a culture of distrust and suspicion. Let me say that again. If corruption is allowed, it leads to a culture of distrust and suspicion that permeates the society at pretty much all levels. And that needs to be turned around. That's a big problem. Okay, 5 thoughts on countering corruption. One is, interesting, the UNCAC, the UN Convention Against Corruption, has 181 member states that have signed on to that convention. And assistance is provided for prevention of corruption, like doing studies to set up and plan how to address corruption, encouraging transparency at all levels, criminalization, giving advice about laws that can be used to limit corruption, asset recovery, that's something very important. A lot of those billions of dollars that have been moved out of the country are brought back into the country, and there's a very careful metric in how they do it. It perpetuates international cooperation in every area. And they continue to review what has been done, implementation review, by 2 peer groups to decide how a particular country that submits to this process is doing in the process. In Europe, there's a Council of Europe, GRECO, that helps European countries deal with corruption. All right, nonprofits. One example would be the Human Trafficking Institute in Uganda and Belize. They've rescued in the last year 918 victims of trafficking, 633 traffickers arrested, trained 1,085 officials to stop trafficking. They train judges, prosecutors, police to arrest the most corrupt traffickers. In other words, they start with the government's will to address this issue. Then they train judges to be able, they pick judges that are honest. They carefully vet them and they train them. Then they pick prosecutors that have a full-time job to focus only on dealing with this particular issue. They carefully choose them. They pick a special task force of police to be able to focus on this. And then they go after the most corrupt traffickers with the idea, there's a 15 principle they find in many countries. 15% of a country, they say, generally speaking, have people that are very corrupt. 15% on the other side have people that want to do what's right. And 70% of people in between look for which way the wind is blowing. And if the wind is blowing towards the most corrupt people, they're going to be afraid to work against them. But if they see the most corrupt people, people that seem untouchable, the people that they never thought could be brought to account, be arrested, then all of a sudden, that 70% might lean towards helping to lead to a less corrupt society. So that's what they're working on, particularly in Uganda, and they've really implemented that for a few years, in Belize. And the U.S. government is looking very favorably on expanding the program to other countries. So maybe your country could be involved in that if you desire, moving forward into the future. So nonprofits, moral education is important too. Like in many countries, I'll just give you one. I was in Uganda, and I found that 50% of people in Uganda are below the age of 15. 75% are below 25. So it's a very young country, and that's true with Nigeria and other countries, say in Africa and other places in Asia as well. If, theoretically, you could focus on providing moral education for 15 years, as Rez is working on it, if you could do it for 15 years, you could change the whole ethical system from one of suspicion and dishonesty to trust and honesty, perhaps, if you're willing to teach those values. You need to have the political will to do so, though. You need to have leaders standing up and say, we must deal with corruption so our nation can succeed. It takes courage to do that. Finally, there are a lot of countries that have worked on it. The least corrupt countries are often in Western Europe: Denmark, Finland, New Zealand, Norway, Sweden, Singapore, Switzerland, Netherlands, Germany, Iceland. But there have been a number of countries that have been lower down that have really fought corruption, like Botswana is one of the least corrupt countries in Africa. Rwanda is also one of the least corrupt countries in Africa. That doesn't mean that they don't have a lot more to do, but they're at least working on it. Part of it is setting up a cabinet-level group to really deal with corruption. And say, also Albania, for instance, is pretty far down on the corruption scale, but they've really worked consistently to arrest the most corrupt people and to implement a program that has shown great improvement over time. All right, I could say a lot more. I'm out of time, but it takes a concerted efforts on all fronts. Many more things could be listed, but there's hope, particularly in these countries that are working on it to deal with corruption. You can go find the studies if you just look at corruption on Google to see the countries that are really fighting against corruption and how they're doing it. Okay, thanks.
Wow. Or you did it. You summed up the effects of and how to fight corruption in 10 minutes. Only Art Lindsley. And one thing I've said about Dr. Lindsley, if y'all don't know him, is if he doesn't know everybody in the world, he knows at least 90% of the people in the world. Probably most of you all have come across his path, but Dr. Lindsley, thank you. That was really awesome, and we appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to ask the two people who are on the panel, who know that they're on the panel, to come, plus two people who don't know they're on this next panel to come up here, because we're going to hear 4 stories from 4 different countries about addressing poverty through transformational community development. Okay? All right. Brother Johanna from Egypt knows he's on the panel. Brother Fidel from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, knows he's on the panel. But I'm going to ask Sister Sade from Nigeria to be on the panel. I hope you're here.
I'm here.
Ah, there you are. And I'm going to ask Brother Jeff from Turkey to come and be on this panel. And so these are, Habiba is not able to come. Yep. She was not able to get her visa. So please, Sade, come and take my seat here if you would.
Let me move down.
Jeff, yes, down there if you would.
Just sit here. Sit here. Yeah. It's okay.
So we focused this morning. Oh, by the way, let's do this. Y'all have been sitting a long time. We're just going to take 1 minute, stand up. Don't go away because we're not finished. We're not ready for a break yet. But just stand up and stretch and talk to the person next to you. and say hello, and then we'll sit down in just a minute.
Yeah.
No. We'll keep it at about 10 to 12. Yeah, just tell me when it's 7 minutes in and then 11 minutes in. Let's go 12 minutes. Okay? Yeah. Well, you don't need to do individual times. Just let me know when there's 5 minutes left out of 12.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Not in the room.
Gil, this held in 2010.
Yeah.
That makes it 14 because you
14. That's what I thought. But I know. Everybody's been saying 13.
No, I said 14 when I spoke.
Yeah.
And Kathleen can verify.
We were talking about earlier that I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I thought. Did you meet this lady? Yes. She is a former, Parliament member in Romania.
Good, how are you?
Yes, and Secretary of State in Romania. She spoke yesterday. So anyway, I wanted to be sure y'all knew one another. She came to us courtesy of Dr. Reed Martinez and is here to help and
then a local
learn
good
and just be a
governance
part of what we're doing. And she's playing a very vital role today as the timekeeper.
Transformational community.
Okay, I want to get my glasses on a small sheet of paper.
I figured everybody needed to stand. So what I'm going to ask each of you four to do is just give one good example, okay, of transformational community development, either in a rural setting or in an urban setting. And, we'll want to keep our answers. I mean, each of you will have about 3 minutes, okay? Just be aware, you don't want to get into a real long story. But it'll be a real blessing, and then we'll hear from Sade and Jeff too. And I'm just trying to give an example of 4 different countries to show that this works in each country, okay? Kathleen, I figured we didn't need as much time on this last.
Yeah.
They've gotten a lot of information today, and I just wanted to be careful. It'll put us at quarter after. Okay, everybody. How does that feel? Does that feel better? Do we all feel better now that we've been able to stand up? Greet your neighbor, say hello. Behave. I'm watching you very carefully.
Good, thank you.
All right, welcome back and welcome to our online viewers too. We'll be going till about 12:30, and then we're going to take a break until 2 o'clock, and then we'll be back with our online participants. So we've got some very extraordinary people here. I've asked them each to share one brief story about transformational community development. And this relates to what we've been talking about all morning. It relates to corruption. It relates to good governance. It relates to rule of law and all these subjects. And so I felt like it was important for you to hear from different countries, different contexts, to understand how this principle works. And also, you'll note, in addition to the Res for City table out there, we have a table that focuses on transformational community development. So if you want to talk to any of these dear folks in more detail, they'll be here all week, okay? And so Fidel from Ethiopia, Johanna from Egypt, Bashak and Jeff from Turkey, and Sade from Nigeria. So, Johanna, why don't you go first and share one story of transformational community development. Tell everybody where you live and where you work, and then, if you would, please.
Okay. My name is Johanna from Egypt. I live in Upper Egypt, far from Cairo, from the capital. And we have working in 16 community in Egypt applying TCD or Transformation Community Development. I will share one from the Nubian village. We start applying TCD with the Nubian village from 4 years ago. And the time of Corona, we stopped like 1.5 years. But the committee we train in this village, we usually train committee to have ownership and how to use local resources. They working is very good model in the time of Corona because they help all the community and they start many medical ministry from the local, from the volunteers, and they are so creative in many ways. Also, they discover their problems. They have like many problems in the community. One of the problems is the rate, the percentage of divorcing is very high in this community. So they start applying training about family, and we can find last 2 years that the percentage of the divorce come down in a good way in a short time. So we can see how they start to solve their problems. The main point here I want to share that when we train a good committee, we can leave this community in the future, and they will continue doing what we will not stay with them all the time, but we give them the right direction, how to use local resources, how to ownership the project, how to thinking in many project like income project, small project like we have many good stories in this community. Also, one of the problems they have, they feel rejection because when the government builds the high dam in Upper Egypt, they immigrate all of this tribe from the River Nile side to the desert. So they feel rejection many times from government, from the people around them. So we have a good time about inner healing courses, how to deal with their feeling, and that affects many of them. One of the old men shared this in the inner healing training. I haven't forgiveness for many people hurt me, but after this training, I was like 40 years I can't sleep well. But tonight, after this training, I slept very well. And that was so amazing. One man, his age or more than 70 years, shares that I forgive so I can feel peace in my heart. We have many stories with the children, with women, but we can see this a good community. We apply community development transformation. Shukran. Thank you.
Wow, excellent. Thank you, Johanna. Wow. And Johanna now and his team are working with a number of refugees coming into Egypt. And again, one of the purposes of introducing these folks to you is during lunch, coffee breaks, and other times, I would encourage you to get with them to learn more. You're just getting a small glimpse. Sade, if you could share one example of community transformational community development.
Yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity, Henry. Transformational development, TCD, like we know, is about helping communities to evolve out of poverty into sustainable development in 5 areas. Sorry, I'm doing this because not everybody here knows TCD. Somebody has asked yesterday, what is Global Hope Network? So let's not assume. So TCD is bringing people out of poverty into sustainable development in 5 areas, which is food, education, water, income generation, wellness, and what did I leave out? And education, I mentioned, yeah. So those are the 5 areas of TCD. And what we try to do is to work on all 5 areas in communities where the poor of the poorest live. Because if you work in one area, the other 4 other areas could water down what you have done in one area. If I don't teach women about good nutrition and all I want to teach them is income generation, they make money and spend it on sickness, hospitals, and diseases. So we do these 5 areas, and one case study, we work, my husband and I work across several countries in Africa, and I want to take a very good case study from Côte d'Ivoire, which came up recently. You know, we have these 2 communities in Côte d'Ivoire, Efao and Atasikro. These 2 communities, very poor communities, never had clean water, children sick, education, nothing. So when we started TCD in these communities, the TCD worker there encouraged them, oh, let's do school. They made a commitment to enhance ownership. You just talked about ownership. If the community doesn't participate in the projects, you are not sure it will become sustainable after you're gone. So they committed to that. In both communities, we helped them get funding. They put up a block, 3 classroom block, and they brought their input. Oh, the community said, we can provide the door. If that is all you want to provide, let's have the door. That's where they are invested in the projects and they want to take care of it. They did that. Then we told the women, let's have women organized into groups for their oil palm business. They oil palm producing communities, they produce oil palm, and by the time they got organized into cooperative groups, their income increased. And how did it increase? Because they are able to pull resources together and buy their produce in bulk. So it reduced their cost and increased their income. And they are better off for it, you know. And then water came in April 2022, last year. We got some funding, and we built 2 boreholes, machine-drained wells in the 2 communities I'm talking about. And there's an old man that said he never knew that in his lifetime he will drink clean water. That was the first time ever, and they kept saying this, they never knew this could happen. And as at last month and 2 months ago, the reports and what we got coming in as feedback is that diseases have reduced in those 2 communities because of access to clean water. In fact, they reported that only very old people are very sick now. They said for young people and children, diseases have reduced. And they are now coming together to say, what are our next projects? These women are now looking for funding to buy machines to extract oil from oil palm, and they can make more money. So what TCD does is that poor people know what they want. I read an article, it said, ask the poor what they need. They know what they need. A regular NGO will go to a community and give the poor what they think they need, what they have decided in their board meeting, their strategic planning. Yes. But in TCD, we ask the poor, what do you need? How can we help you? Oh. And that is transformational. Not just giving them what they need, but asking them what they need and coming along them. Number 2, finally, the poor have resources. All we need to do is to make them open their eyes to the resources and stop looking at the one in Paris. Right where they are, in those villages, there are resources. What we need to do is, how can we add value to the resources that the poor need? And that's what we do in TCD. Thank you so much.
Wow. Excellent. All right, we have 5 minutes, and so Jeff and Bashak from Turkey and Fidel, y'all are going to have to equally divide that time. Now, if Turkey takes 4 minutes, that means Ethiopia has 1, okay? So keep that in mind, Jeff and Bashak.
I'm going to yield my minutes to Bashak. She's a Fulbright scholar and our national leader for Turkey. She'll talk about how we address multidimensional poverty.
Well, we realize that in Turkey, women are so oppressed and they are not allowed to have more freedom in society, and both in economic life as well. So we provided a program for them, and right now we have been running that program for 4 years, and they are knitting Christmas stockings and earning money out of that. And when we started in a, let's call it village. It's, even though it's in the city, but it is a very, very poor and disadvantaged area. And there was a lady among those ladies, and she was divorced and oppressed by the society. And she was not leaving home. She had 2 kids, 2 little kids, and she was not leaving home at all. And all the mails and, you know, everything was coming to her house because she was at home all the time. And people were shopping for her, and people were providing for her, and she was just leaving home maybe 2 or 3 times in a year. Just because of the society oppression, she was staying home all the time. And when we started, she was very fast learner, and she was very talented of knitting, and she was so capable. So we realized that. And while teaching other ladies, she was taking initiative, and she was trying to teach others. And even though she was oppressed and she was not feeling okay and free to, you know, engage with others, through our ministry, she was feeling more freedom to share with others, to have some involvement with others. And then we needed to buy yarns, and I had no idea about the yarns, and I needed her to go to shopping with me. Just because the society was trusting me, she was able to go out for the shopping. And so also we had lots of, for example, we needed to travel outside of the city, and she needed to come with me because I had no idea about the yarns. So thankfully. So step by step, out of 4 years, she became the leaders of our women right now. And she is leaving home, and she is the women leader of the ladies right now. And she has her own power. She has her own voice. Because we come together every week, and we do some psychological and social support as well. And she realized that she has a voice. And she has 16-year-old teenage boy right now, and they were having a lot of troubles just because he was the boy and he was oppressing her. And right now, the boy, she has fully respect to her mother, and whole society has respect to her, and she's leaving home and she's thriving. So this is the only satisfaction we're getting out of what we're doing in Izmir, Turkey.
Yes. And so she's one of the 25 women that are directly involved, but this is impacting not just their families, but then the whole community is benefiting from this.
And is very financially successful, too.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, we were actually there last August and saw it firsthand. Thank you. Fidel, tell us a quick story. Now, you know, at the time, they've not left you much time, but I saved the best for last. Okay?
All right, thank you. I'll focus on one story that inspired me to work more in Global Hope Network is that we had a women empowerment training recently, where many women from the village participated, but 3 of them came with their children, their little girls. So our focus was empowering even the little children and encouraging them to send them to school. So after the training, we asked them why those kids are with them, why they are not in school, because it was a weekday. So they say that they don't go to school. So right after the training, we went back for another training on agriculture, and we find 3 of those women participating in the agricultural training as well, but those 3 kids were not with them. And we asked them what happened, and they say that right after the women empowerment training, they went home and discussed with their husband, and they sent them to school. So this is one of the impact that TCD is bringing about in terms of education. And the second one is the TCD, two of our TCD project communities have suffered 3 consecutive years of drought. And we were supporting emergency support through Global Hope, but before two months, there was rain, and not us, but the agriculture committee gathered together and started doing agriculture. And I can see what the result is in the lunchtime. I can show you with pictures what a tremendous work the agricultural committee that we trained did within 2 months, and the impact was tremendous. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you. It's so encouraging to hear this from all of you. Thank you, panelists, and I hope you all will take advantage of these folks and learn more from them over the rest of today and tomorrow. Thank you all. So we're going to take just a few minutes before lunch. Dr. Reed Martinez is going to tell us what to do, but we're going to ask you to get in groups of 3 or 4 or 5, and she'll tell us what we're going to talk about. Then we'll break for lunch. You have your lunch tickets, okay, in your name tag, and we're going to go across the street to have lunch. I think Medhat or Owen may give us some more instructions on that, and then we'll be back in here at 2 o'clock.
Okay, we want you to take about 10 minutes here before lunch. In the first 3 to 4 minutes, and I'll put a timer on it, we want you to get into your small group and think back through the things we've talked about today, the good governance that Alex talked about this morning. What is that? What is the rule of law? How does that work? We also talked about what are the keys in terms of the leadership and the values. You heard from a panel on that. Then we talked about the economic dimensions. We talked about the complex social environments that we're operating in. And then that concept of corruption that kept weaving through the morning. So take 2 or 3 minutes and let's, as a small group, what was most important from your perspective in your context today, or something in your context that you think should be shared with the others. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to have quick report backs. So somebody in your group will report back to the entire large group, and you only get 1 sentence. Otherwise, we won't make lunch, okay? So the timer is now on. I'm going to give you 4 minutes to get with 2 or 3 other people and come up with what will be your response to the morning in 1 sentence based on your context.
Just kind of get together where you are, wherever you're seated.
You've got 1 minute. Don't forget, one sentence. Okay, now it's time to report back. So let's remember, all that stands between us and lunch is your report back. So let's move quickly. I need some help with the tray. Can you help bring people to order?
Okay, everybody, let's come back.
Okay. Are you ready? All right, we're going to do report backs now, and we have a microphone that you'll get to use. So this is going to be a fun moment. Okay, let's go.
Hello, everybody.
All right. All right, first group to report back. We're going to start with the group over here that's still talking, so we'll go get a microphone from them on the right. See one of the standing groups there. Yep. Okay. Okay, report back starting.
One sentence.
One sentence. One sentence. Okay.
We can start. Yeah.
Yes, one sentence.
Okay. We talked about children's rights as a sense of good governance.
That is a sign of good governance. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go quickly with another group, okay? Just move quickly, Trey and Medhat, just move quickly from group to group.
Economics
Take
of
Abu.
mutuality, that's the way to go.
Okay. Who else has a comment? Medhat, you next.
We get a comment?
I mean, find a group on your side. We'll just alternate from side to side.
They want to work with countries from the West to learn from, and they'd like to work with countries that are in the developing countries to help work with companies to learn how to not just focus on the bottom line, but on capital, on social capital.
Okay.
You're here.
Okay. We're going back here.
Individuals make a difference with peaceful, purposeful, proactive servant leadership.
I like that. Good sentence.
Matt, y'all be sure and speak up so everybody can hear.
I just believe that a good church is a spiritual healing to the society.
Okay.
Thank you. We got one.
Who else?
You ready?
Yeah.
Oh, you're in the group.
Okay,
Okay.
we have found out good governance can fight corruption, and good governance therefore has to be trained.
There you go. That's good. Okay.
We believe that freedom in all sphere of human life is very important and necessary to fight against corruption and work towards in a good governance. Thank you.
Good.
Purpose matters, and we can transform everything from the bottom to the top.
That's good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. If more people in the world get into a mindset of solving poverty and fighting poverty rather than wealth and power accumulation, the world will be a better place for all of us.
Good observation. Thank you. Back over here. Medhat?
Yeah.
Got another one?
No.
Okay. Over here.
One sentence. Good governance is a practice to all social, economic, and governmental sectors of life to ensure transformation.
Okay, good.
Excellent.
Good. Got another one here on the right.
Okay, I'll have to say our group struggled with consensus, but we talked a lot about transformation. Transformation of mind is essential to transform community and sustainability long term.
Thank you.
You're here.
Yeah. Good. Okay.
we talked about how different it is to make a mindset change, and Mike is the expert on that, so be sure and come and hear him this afternoon.
Well, thank you, Mike.
Okay, great. One more group up here, I think. Did you catch everybody on your side, Trey? Okay, good.
The thing that Mr. Mayor was most impacted about was the discussion on corruption and how violence, it just isn't violence, but also it's the abuse of power, and that this can be minimized through education.
Great, good observations. We've got one more? Okay.
We discussed different definitions for the rule of law.
That is a challenge. Thank you for continuing that debate. Okay, I think we've done it. We're only a minute and a half late for lunch, so thank you for helping move so quickly. All right, let's continue conversation as we go through the lunch hour. Any special instructions?
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Kathleen. So now there is lunch in the same place like yesterday in the CICG, just across the street. You need to go out of the building like the opposite side. So you have to be sure that you have your badge, otherwise you cannot enter the building, okay? And for those who has tickets for lunch, so you know the system like yesterday. So we need to be back here at 10 to 2, like 1350. So we can start at 1400. One last thing before going. Tomorrow morning we're going to the UN, and if you didn't register to the UN on the Endico link, so you cannot enter the UN tomorrow. If there's anybody needs the help to register, please be here at 1:30, like 1330 here in the same building here, so we can help you to register, because we need to get your badge before 3 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you. Bon appétit.
All right.
Sosyal belediyecilik ilkesiyle kadın, erkek, çocuk, genç tüm vatandaşlarımızın yaşam kalitelerini yükseltmek için çalışıyor, kaynaklarımızı ihtiyaçlar doğrultusunda etkin ve verimli kullanıyoruz. Kadınların hayatın her alanında etkin olduğu, yarınlarımızın umudu çocuklarımızın, gençlerimizin geleceğe umut ve güvenle bakabildiği bir Bornova için projeler üretiyor, hayata geçiriyoruz. İhtiyaç sahibi ailelere desteklerimizi Sosyal belediyecilik ilkesiyle kadın, erkek, çocuk, genç tüm vatandaşlarımızın
right, everybody, if we can come in and get started, please.
So I need 15 or 20?
Got you 15.
15?
Yeah, you're second up. Dr. Moses. Calling Dr. Benji Moses. Please, you're first up.
Yes, thank you.
And you can just use that mic.
Yep.
And Trey, are we back
I
online?
did before on the bottom.
Sorry, you know? Okay, I can check real quick. We ready?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, welcome back, everybody. And we've learned over the years to have the best presentations right after lunch, okay? It's a very important time. And in fact, Dr. Moses asked me, he said, Henry, can I please have the first time slot after lunch? To see how effective my speech is, right, Benji?
Yeah, I do.
Dr. Benji Moses, dear friend, lives near Geneva. He's the executive director of the Global Leadership Institute of Bern. Works with ambassadors, and we're really excited to have you here, Benji. Thank you for what you're going to share about faith-based organizations' contributions to these discussions that we're having. So, Benji, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Denin, and thank you for the opportunity that you gave me after lunch. I hope I will make you all to stay awake. Yes, honorable speakers and distinguished guests and online participants, I'm honored to address you today on the topic of faith-based organizations' contribution to promoting peace, security through good governance. You know, as policymakers, it is vital to understand the critical role that civil societies play in promoting peace and security through good governance. Civil society includes a wide range of non-state actors, including NGOs, grassroots organizations, community groups, faith-based organizations, and trade unions, providing essential services, building social unity, and advocating for the relational rights of citizens. You know, they are a vital link between government and citizens and can play a significant role in ensuring that government policies and programs are responsive to the needs of the citizens. Also, faith-based organizations play a critical role in helping achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and they are important because they provide essential services and help communities come together. They have they also have connections to hard-to-reach areas and local leaders. Through their teachings and beliefs, they promote peace and security. Faith-based organizations are committed to good governance, transparency, and accountability. And policymakers can also learn from the practical applications that faith-based organizations bring and use that knowledge to make better policies. And this would help promote peace and security through good governance. One such an example of this is our organization, as Dr. Deneen said, Global Leadership Geneva Bern, which is a faith-based nonprofit organization that comes under an umbrella organization which has its presence in 190 countries with 20,000 staff plus working, which is dedicated to promoting leadership excellence and nation building inspired by the teaching and values of Jesus Christ. So how do global leadership achieve this? I'll just quickly give you 5 points. 1, collaboration and partnership. We live in a culture that is driven by speed and greed. Building trust through relationships is the key to successful collaboration and partnership, enabling the pooling of resources, knowledge, and expertise, fostering innovation, and maximizing potential for success. We organize several think tanks, roundtables, nation-building symposiums, and peace-building initiatives through strategic partnerships. Collaboration between policymakers and faith-based organizations can lead to the development of effective policies that address the root cause of conflict. And policymakers can also leverage the networks and resources of faith-based organizations to implement peace-building initiatives. 2, capacity building. Global leadership plays a critical role in promoting good governance by building the capacity of communities and individuals. Through its ongoing events, we provide training and support to community leaders, ambassadors, parliamentarians, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders on issues related to governance, conflict resolution, and peace building. Through capacity building initiatives, we help communities to develop the skills and knowledge necessary to participate in decision-making process and promote peaceful coexistence. And 3rd, advocacy. Global leadership works to promote good governance, transparency, and accountability in the community of leadership that we serve, especially with the 193 member states that are presented here at the United Nations in Geneva. As a faith-based organization, we have a strong moral voice that is used to advocate for policies that promote peace and security. We work with like-minded organizations to raise awareness about the importance of good governance and the role it plays in promoting peace and security. And 4th, peace building and conflict resolution. One other expertise of global leadership is in peace building and conflict resolution, where we provide a platform for dialogue between conflicting parties and their involvement to help to build trust and promote reconciliations. So the past 6 years, we've been working in partnership with the relational peace building initiatives that facilitates behind-the-scene consultations which aim to help turn major political conflicts into lasting and satisfactory settlements. Through multiple experiences of peace-building initiatives for the past 40 years, especially in countries like South Africa, Rwanda, Sudan, Ukraine, and Korean Peninsula, the relational peace-building initiatives has a successful track record in breakthroughs and developed a track to peace-building methodology which is applicable in many conflict situations around the world. And last one, 5th, strengthening interfaith relations. We believe that policymakers can work together with faith-based organizations aiming at strengthening interfaith relations, understanding, and cooperation without compromising their values and core beliefs. By fostering mutual respect and understanding, these organizations can contribute to promote harmony and foster cooperation among diverse communities. Such collaboration can pave the way for effective and inclusive solutions to common challenges. So in conclusion, faith-based organizations have a critical role to play in promoting peace and security through good governance. Policymakers can harness the potential of faith-based organizations by collaborating with them, building their capacity, advocating good governance, leveraging their expertise in conflict resolution, peace-building initiatives, and promoting interfaith relations. By working together, we can create peaceful and secure communities for all. And as policymakers, it is our responsibility to work with civil society organizations to promote peace and secure and build a better future for all. Thank you.
Okay, I've just decided you win the speed reading contest. Okay, that was excellent. Thank you. Any questions? We've got a minute or two left. Any questions for Dr. Moses before we move to the next speaker? Yes, let's give him the microphone. Okay. Yep, thank you, Trey.
Thank you, Dr. Benjamin. It was interesting listening to you. Very well read and very theoretical as I see it. Maybe you'd like to share a practical experience of how, as a faith-based organization, you brought in peace or sustainable peace. Thank you.
Would you repeat the question for the online audience?
So the question that was asked was about as a civil society, as an NGO with a faith-based organization and values, how did we practically bring peace in regions? So I just can give you one example. In the past 6 years, we've been working on a peace initiatives in the Korean Peninsula at a very high level. We work with 8 governments. That's US, Russia, China, Japan, North Korea, South Korea, and Mongolia. So we work on a track 2 process to build peace-building initiatives. And we have almost, we've almost come to a close proximity of breakthrough. And so that involves several state players and governments and parties are involved in it. And not only that, I believe that we can, there is one thing that from the larger scale, you can make a breakthrough through many state parties involved. But I also believe that you can also break things through relationships. You know, this is very important. I would say in the past 6 years, we have built so many amazing relationships with these countries and also these beautiful people. So that's, for me, it is also part of the peace initiatives. It's not something, the outcome that we are looking for.
Yes, excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, brother. All right, Ben. Where's Ben Smith? Please, come on up. Would you prefer to stand or sit? Stand. Okay. You can just take that microphone right there. Let me introduce to you all Ben Smith. Tremendous business background as a top executive with Wells Fargo, with American Express, with General Motors, and a man who has a heart for the nations. And so he's going to talk today about the benefits of integrity and generosity in leaders. And again, just like with Dr. Lindsley this morning, you've got 15 minutes to land this question, okay, on integrity. So
I thought I'd been cut to 2 minutes. But
no, we'll give you 15.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. What? The clicker? Oh, the clicker, maybe. Okay. Yeah, there we go. One thing I know, being after lunch is rough, but if you guys would move a couple of times, I'd appreciate it. Also, to make it worth your while, I collect lawyer jokes, and I would ask you how many have met an attorney, but since Henry is one, and you have. But if you have a really funny joke that I haven't heard that's repeatable, it's worth 20 Swiss francs. Whoa, okay, the first 3, but you have to stay awake till the program's over, all right? And especially from Turkey, you got to stay with us, all right? There you go. Okay. I have a quick question. How many of you here do not have lots of employees reporting to you at the moment? How many? Okay. How many of you here influence people but don't have them reporting to you? Okay, good. How many of you don't want to raise your hand? All right. We covered that. All right. One of the things I'd like to cover, I've given you a handout, which I realize no one else has done, but in the interest of time, I wanted to have you have that. And I'd like to talk about some practical things you can do on Monday morning. So when I go to a conference, one of the things I try to figure out is, well, what am I going to do on Monday with the information I heard, but possibly thought I heard or remembered? And I think I have a couple of things to share with you that I think can make a difference. And the first one is personal. Leadership is personal, and it's a process. If you're in an organization, if you're an ambassador, if you're in a government, one thing you can do is influence them to put a process in place. You can be the world's best leader, but if you don't have a process, nothing will get done. You'll still fail. And it does help if you have a process that you're also a caring, values, principle-based leader, but without a process, it doesn't work. So I would suggest that when you go back home, to the extent you have influence or a voice, you encourage people to put in first their values, principles, and beliefs. In a corporation, if you're doing the mutual economics, or if you're doing small business, if you're in an embassy, what are your values? What are your principles? What are your beliefs? Then number two, realize there was a study done in the 1990s that involved DuPont Corporation and others that about safety, but it applies to all of us. If you want to get a message across, you have to convey it 26 times in different methods, different ways. So it's not enough to decide it. You have to communicate it multiple ways and often. You can't make one announcement. You can't put out one email. You can't put a newsletter out and assume it works. Then, once you've done that, the plan I think you should put in place involves a process. Number one process is every employee has a goal and a plan for whatever their job is. It doesn't matter if they're the lowest paid person on an hourly basis or the CEO reporting to a board. You owe it to them. The second thing is every employee deserves at least once a month one-on-one with their supervisor. You owe it to them if they're willing to come to work. You owe it to them to at least give them time with you once a month, if not, ideally every 2 weeks. It's remarkable the number of companies that don't do that. And it's astounding the number of government organizations that do not do that. 80% of the people leave their jobs because of their boss. And if you lose an employee because of turnover, it's going to cost you 200% of that employee's salary to replace them. So give them time once a month. Second, make sure the employee has a development plan once a year. How can they get better? In the United States, we have little things called teacher contracts. At the end of the school year, we decide whether or not we're going to renew your contract. And unfortunately, it comes, Mike, it says, well, I'm sorry to tell you, but we've decided not to renew your contract for next year. And I know, because you're going to explain everything after I sit down. So, but Mike doesn't know why his contract wasn't renewed. He never got feedback, you know, your kids don't like what you're teaching. You don't show up enough, whatever it is. But they need personal development. And then at least twice a year, performance feedback. How are we doing, Norm? What do you think? Great. Yeah. What's working well, what's not? The majority of employees come to their annual performance review and they have no idea what's going to happen. Shouldn't be. So, and then finally, how about training your employees with whatever their development needs happen to be? Okay? And finally, the process would be you need a feedback loop. So how are we going to tell if someone is doing well or not? So if, Chris and Phyllis Halverson are the boss, then they run something called the Cedars. How are they going to know, and how are the people above them going to know if they're doing well? Something called a feedback loop. There are lots of different ways of doing it, but if you're the boss, you need to have feedback pretty regularly. So the essence of what I wanted to say was please, please, please put a program and a system in place. How are we doing time-wise? How many of you are still breathing as far as you know? I haven't lost anybody yet, but I've come close. All right, I want to move through. The integrity benefits, I think, are self-obvious, but if you want more details, I have all the data. It's for companies, 45% return on investment for those with integrity, 19% for those that are not. And moral principles, one of my colleagues wrote a book called Moral Intelligence, which basically says, he thinks this, two of them, Moral Intelligence 2.0 goes with Emotional Intelligence 2.0, meaning there's some universal principles like integrity, like responsibility, compassion, and forgiveness that transcend all cultures. But you need to start with those. And this is a brief slide that talks about it. The alignment model I've given you is a handout which simply says, I need to have my personal values, principles, and beliefs, and then I have my goals and purposes. Hopefully, my goals and purposes will be in line with my values and beliefs. And then the last, which I know Henry's going to talk about in a little bit, emotional competence. How do my emotions affect my thoughts and my actions? And am I conforming to my principles, values, and beliefs? Is my real self the same as my ideal self? The next page in your handout was moral competence, emotional competence, creative competence. Ideally, those will all come together to help you as a leader. And the critical competencies of moral intelligence, emotional, and creative. You can read those and take home. And finally, there's a goal achievement self-checklist. I thought it might be fun for you to take it for yourself. It's a wake-up call for me every time I look at it. But this is a take-home. I won't take time to read it to you. But you might do this. And if you have employees or other people you're influencing, you might give that to them. Okay. And this is just what I said about put the system in place. Now, I've got 5 minutes? All righty now. All right. I want to digress slightly and give you something else to think about. A colleague of mine, Dick Leiter, wrote a book called What Color Is My Parachute? About people who lost their jobs. But he said something interesting about his research. He said businessmen and women have one great fear that they rarely articulate, and that is coming to the end of the road and looking back and seeing no footprints, no tracks. So once I've worked my entire life, I've invested 60, 50, 80 hours a week, and what have I accomplished that's going to outlive me? In other words, a personal legacy. So I'd like to leave you with a challenge. Are you creating a personal legacy that will outlive you? What's your passion? What's your interest? What gets you angry and what gets you excited? but what are you doing that will outlive you personally? And I'd like to encourage you to do that. Dr. Neil Reese wrote a book, If, and in it he had surveyed 100-year-olds, and he asked the 100-year-olds, what are your biggest regrets? 85% of the 100-year-olds' regrets were acts of omission, not commission. Things they wish they had done, but they never did. So what I'd like to leave you with is, what is it that you would like to do, but you haven't, that could leave a permanent legacy, whether it's with the poor, whether it's with things that were covered in the conference, or maybe something else. My friend Mary Jo was an abused person as a child. Her mother was abused by a father who came back from World War II. She got married out of high school, had 12 kids, was on antidepressants, and started noticing her friends' kids were worse off than they were, and she wanted to help the poor, but she had no money. And with 12 kids, that's probably a given. But she decided to start volunteering for charities in Minneapolis, Minnesota. She did. She won the Volunteer of the Year award. She got $2,200 from a TV station. She used it to rent a home for homeless people, 8 families. 20 years later, Sharing and Caring Hands in Minneapolis takes care of 20,000 people a month, by a lady who was broke and depressed, who, by the way, is no longer on antidepressants. So I'd like to encourage you to find your own passion and leave your own legacy. So as a leader, when you're talking to your employees, you can inspire them to make a difference as well, rather than just conform to a corporate code. All right, thank you guys very much. I will be around later if you have a lawyer joke. And I even take them from Egypt, you know. Some of them had better ones from Egypt. Okay. You know, what my son said is kind of reminds me of what the, dog said when he kissed the cat. I didn't get all I wanted, but I'm real sure I got all I could stand. So thank you. God bless you.
Excellent. And again, as we talked about before lunch, I do hope you'll have a chance to intersect with the speakers and others who are sharing. That's why we built time in for group discussion, coffee breaks, lunch, and as soon as Mike finishes, after a bit, we'll have another coffee break so you can intersect with these folks. So, Medhand, are you going to introduce Mike?
Well, I have the pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mike Chia. Mike, you want to come to me, please? Sure. Mike is not a stranger to many of you, many of us. He used to be working with Global Hope Network International for over 12 years. And he is, as well, he is the founder of Global Leadership Impact. And he travels a lot around the world. He's just been in Mongolia, Vietnam, and other countries this year. So we have the pleasure to have you again this year, and thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you, Medhat. I was teaching in the North Shan State up near the Chinese border in Myanmar several years ago. And as is the custom in many countries, you start with less people than you finish with. And so we're in the middle of a seminar, and I had an activity that I was running, and the activity required that everybody wear blindfolds. And so the activity's going, and I look in the back of the room, and there is a man participating in the game, and he doesn't have a blindfold on. And so that can't be. He's cheating. And so I yelled out, that man, he doesn't have a blindfold. My interpreter walked over to me and said, "He's blind." He had come in after I started, and I wasn't aware of this person. Today, I'd like to talk to you about an essential leadership quality, and it's awareness. If we don't have awareness, we are not going to lead very well. And thank you. I've got some lawyer jokes, but I won't tell them. But Ben, thank you for what you shared. What I teach in the countries I go to, the first seminar is Leadership Essentials. He covered it plus about 50% in 15 minutes. And so I loved what he had to share. One of the essentials is awareness, but the highest level of awareness is self-awareness. I went in with our national director in Ethiopia to meet with the president of the Amara region to try and set up leadership training. We had an appointment with him. He was busy, so he asked if I would meet with his capacity building director. And so we went to his office and sat down with him. I gave him my Global Hope card. It said leadership development on it. And he looked at it and he threw it on the table and he said, "That's what I do." I said, "Okay. What have you taught?" Well, he didn't have anything at the time, or he got a little bit nervous and froze. And I said, "Well, I've been walking through your government buildings, and on every building, I see that you have 10 values of the Amara region that are foundational for your leaders and their behavior." And I started naming them. And he smiled. He was happy that I saw them. And I said, when a leader walks into the building on Monday morning, he is going to measure everybody in this building by these 10 values except for one person. Who's he going to leave out? He said himself. And I said, would you like some leadership training for your region that would help leaders see themselves and become self-aware? He called the president and said, we need this training. And so we went in and trained their leaders. Self-awareness is an essential for leaders, but it's often missing. During COVID, I had to do a number of things. I couldn't travel. I was an adjunct professor at a local university in Memphis, Tennessee for a while, and then I subcontracted with a business to do leadership training with businesses. And I would go into the business leaders and explain to them what I was going to do, why I was going to do it, and how we were going to do it. And they would all say, our people need this training. We're looking forward. We're excited to what you're about to do. And so then we would train the leaders through the week. And at the end of the week, we'd have what we call a 3-2-1 review, where they would share 3 things that stick, 2 surprises, and 1 question. And at the end of that, they would say, are you going to teach our leaders? They really need this. So you're in a business, everybody's aware of everybody else except themselves. Who needs this? Well, I do. We all need it. It's a hidden quality that has to be developed. And so I want you to take a couple of minutes, it's after lunch, groups of 3 for about 3 minutes, come up with 3 reasons why self-awareness is important for public policymakers. Why is self-awareness important? So go ahead and go into groups of 3 like we did earlier with Kathleen, and come up with 3 reasons and then share them with me. Yeah, 3 minutes. Oh, good, you're timing it. didn't want to do it at first. Talk to each other. How we doing?
Or 37 seconds.
Okay. You've got too kind a face to be a Nazi. It's got to be a hard job for you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not good at telling people like snap.
Yeah, I can see that. But people here are pretty nice.
That's good because it's not my type of job.
Okay, what do we got?
It's a minute and 50 seconds, so 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Okay. I can't tell what that thing is.
Oh, I did a lap, so I'm watching how long this lap is, but your total time is still 4.
What do we got? Okay.
We got our 3 done.
All right, good. You coming up to announce that?
No, now I'm going to go bother people so they don't get their 3 done.
Okay, all right, the Nazi. Okay, let me hear what you've got. What happens when a leader lacks self-awareness? Who wants to go first? You do?
Okay. What was the question?
What was the question? Give me that back. I can also hit with this. What happens when you lack self-awareness as a leader? What's the impact? Yes, Chris.
I said you would have blind spots, more blind spots, the less self-aware you are.
Okay, she said blind spots. Other people see it, but you don't. Oh, okay.
Well, thank you. When you lack self-awareness, you will misunderstand other people because you have a self-misconception. And if you have a self-misconception, because we see the world the way we are, if you don't understand yourself, that means you will definitely not understand other people, and you cannot be a good leader.
That's perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? In the back here.
If the leader lack of awareness, they will lead the follower to the wrong path.
Okay. Bad leadership, wrong path.
You will have a limited future and you won't be able to advance in leadership.
Perfect.
Lack of self-awareness can lead to like inappropriate actions taken or policies created.
Yeah, she said inappropriate actions and bad policy. Is that right? Okay.
In a spiritual realm, if you're not aware about your sin, you cannot repent and cannot change yourself. If you cannot change yourself, you cannot change others influencing, in public policy and elsewhere.
We call that hypocrisy, right? Telling people one thing and doing another.
Being able to be a good listener at all times, and then deciding.
Okay. You sacrifice being a listener.
No.
Oh.
Be a good listener.
Oh, you be a good listener. Okay. I was saying, if you weren't self-aware, you wouldn't listen, right? Okay.
Sorry. You lose your leadership compass. You can't know where to go. You continue, you keep doing things without purpose.
You abuse power rather than empowering others.
Okay, say that again.
You abuse power.
Okay. Abuse power. Gladstone.
You will be building worshippers around you who will worship you.
Self-worship. Worshippers around you. I hope someone's recording this. I'm going to steal it for my training. This is all great. I think we're looking at good governance and corruption and human rights. Without self-awareness, there is no leadership. John Maxwell said, leadership is influence. It's nothing more, nothing less. If people don't respect you, they're not going to follow you. They'll show up at work, but they're not going to bring their hearts and their minds with them, just their bodies. And so you forfeit leadership that's real, and all you have is a position. I think we also pointed out corrupt policies. I think corruption flourishes when a leader lives by a different standard than he holds his people to. And that's how corruption begins. I'm above the law. I'm not under the law. And it leads to conflict. If you're not self-aware, you not only cannot stop conflict, but you will create conflict. We look at many of the things in my own country. The Declaration of Independence, I think, is one of the greatest documents that has ever been written. And if you go on the Reformation tour on Thursday, you'll discover that that document was built on the shoulders of the thinkers of the Reformation here. And you'll see a historical line into that document. But Thomas Jefferson, who wrote the document, talked about inalienable rights, but they applied to his tribe only. He had slaves. They didn't apply to the Native Americans, the indigenous people. And so we can have high ideals and not apply them broadly. When I do leadership training, all of the countries that I go to have many of the ideals already in their culture. They just don't see how they're not applying them broadly. And part of what I'm doing is opening up leaders' eyes so that they can see that these principles apply to all of their neighbors, not just some of their neighbors, but all of their neighbors. So since I teach these things, I ought to be doing really good at it in my own life. Isn't that right? I mean, I know the principles. I've heard what you said. We all listen to this and we think, yeah, I'm not that kind of person, but I struggle just like everybody else. Back in 2008, a door opened for me to do some training with a warlord of the Northern Alliance in Afghanistan. He had become governor of the Balkh province. He was in Mazar-i-Sharif. It's where I broke away from my friends that I was working with in Afghanistan and Kabul and began developing my own curriculum and my own methodology. And I did it for Mohammed Noor Atta and his leaders. And so we went up in June of 2008, and we thought we were going to get the kind of reception that we had had in Kabul, working in the central government there. But they were not happy to see us. The warlord was a very dangerous man. He assigned 40 of his top leaders to come to my training. If they didn't come, they would die. But they didn't want to be there. And one of the first things we heard was, what do you know about Afghans in Mazar-i-Sharif, and why are you here? And while I was teaching servant leadership, the senior mullah from the Blue Mosque, the most holy site there, stuck his foot in my direction and picked calluses, and he shouted, "Why don't you go teach George Bush servant leadership?" And so we wondered, did they get anything from our training? So we went back for the second module several months later in October, and things were different. They had begun applying servant leadership. Their lives began to be transformed, and I put some of the things I'm talking about this afternoon here into my training for the very first time. Self-awareness, understanding whether or not you understand the key to influence. And so we walked in and trained them, and at the end, the deputy governor called in the Mazar-i-Sharif evening news team, and they interviewed him, and he said that this leadership training changed his professional life and his personal life. And all of the leaders were saying that. But what about me? When I got to Mazar-i-Sharif, I had a wonderful team with me. We landed at the airport there, and it was about as primitive a setting as I've ever landed in. You get off of the plane, and they don't let you go through the terminal. You walk over to the fence, and you have to go pick up your suitcase from the baggage cart that is brought to the fence by one man dragging the baggage cart. And it's like sharks, feeding frenzy, everybody going after their luggage. And then you walk out the gate, but then you have to walk a quarter of a mile to a half of a mile to get to your car because they're afraid of suicide bombers. And it's not paved, it's over gravel. And I look over at my team member, Phyllis, one of my team members, and she has a giant blue suitcase. And I thought, well, I should carry that for her. And then I got mad. I thought, how many clothes does a woman need in Mazar-i-Sharif, Afghanistan? She's got bad knees, and she's limping, dragging this suitcase over gravel. And back in those days, computers were heavy. I had heavy speakers. My projector was elephant size. And I'm covered up, and I've got all of my clothes in one little bitty carry-on. And here she is carrying a month's wardrobe. And I looked at that, and I thought, good grief. And then when we get in the car, we're having to sit on top of our stuff because of her suitcase. Now, I want you to ask you a question. How do you think I thought of myself in this situation? Well, I'm better than her, right? I'm more disciplined. I'm smarter. Hey, I'm a team player. I'm here for the team. I didn't make us bunch up in the car. And I'm counting size. Look at the size of the suitcase. I called it the mini mosque because it was blue, and we were in the city of the blue mosque. Here's Phyllis bringing the mini mosque to training, and she doesn't even have the knees that can carry this. And how did I think about Phyllis? Well, she's really selfish, isn't she? She's not thinking as a team player. She wasn't very organized. She wasn't very disciplined. She was a retired Marine. I thought, what did they teach her in the Marines? What has happened with her that she thought that she could bring this many clothes in? And so I've got all of these positive feelings about me and all these negative feelings about her, and I'm about to teach the key to not being like this. Isn't that crazy? Well, what could have I done? Well, sometimes my wife has joined me here in Geneva. We park at the airport and we get out of the car. Now, my wife and I are exact opposites. I mean, in every single way. I come from Pennsylvania Dutch, German type parents, extremely organized. I've got a spreadsheet before I travel. I have every piece of clothing I'm going to wear packed in an order that'll fit in a carry-on. My wife is from two parents that are exact opposite. And so most of our conflict in marriage has been over how much stuff does a person really need. So when it's time to pack, I've got one thing for every day measured, and there it is. My wife likes options. So when she gets up in the morning and we're in Geneva, she wants 3 options. She doesn't want to make a decision last month like I did. She wants to make it the morning she wakes up. She'll come home with 2/3 of her clothes clean. I don't have a clean sock when I go back home. And so when we get out of the car at the airport, I look at her suitcase and I look at mine and I say, sweetheart, would you take my suitcase and I'll take yours? How hard is that? You see, I'm aware of my wife and her reality, and I value her. See, I lost self-awareness with Phyllis. All I had to do was trade suitcases, and she would have had a much easier time. And so those of us who teach self-awareness, who read the books, who write messages, who speak about it, we struggle just as much as anybody else to see other people as they are, to be aware of their reality, for their needs, cares, and desires to be the same to me as my own. And so self-awareness causes us to value and treasure other people's reality and be aware of the emotions that are taking place inside of me. So what can I do? What can I do to develop a lifestyle that stays aware of the people around me? How do I do this? My wife and I have a custom before we travel, or before I travel internationally. We like to go to our favorite gourmet hamburger place in Memphis, whatever one it is at the time, and I want a bacon cheeseburger, cooked medium, with onion rings. I mean, that's our habit. We've been doing that for about 17 years now. And we've included a small group with us that we share in this time. But oftentimes, we didn't know if after I went to Afghanistan, if I was going to come home. And so this was a special time for us to connect, to enjoy a meal. And one night, we walk into our favorite hamburger place to get our gourmet hamburger, and there is a man sitting in the table next to us who had caused a lot of pain for me and a whole lot of other people. In fact, a lot of us lost our jobs because of him. I suffered financially. My family suffered. He's sitting in the booth next to me. And I want to enjoy my time with my wife. And so we sit down, and my wife looks at me, and she says, "You have the look." I've tried to imitate that look. I can't do it unless I've got it. So I have the look. And she's pointing that out. And I start thinking, I teach this stuff. What am I supposed to do? And I'm sweating it because when we are not self-aware, what Phyllis said, we have blind spots. Now I'm blind to what I need to do to not have the look. I mean, my whole world has just gone angry, and I'm blind. And so I started thinking through the processes that I teach. And the first, and I've got it in an acrostic for you called SALT. The S stands for symptoms. First of all, I know I have a problem because of the symptoms that I'm experiencing. Number one symptom for me is anger. Some people say, well, isn't there a righteous anger? I say, yeah, but I've never had it. And you probably haven't either. Maybe once or twice. But most of the time that I'm angry, it is not a righteous anger. It's about me. So anger, feeling like you're a victim, blaming. My wife loves to point out when I have the look, that you've got the look. Okay, so now I've been called into account. I've got some symptoms. Exaggerating your own goodness. Well, I'm better than this person. I'm better than Phyllis. Exaggerating their badness. She or they are worse than me. Counting. The blame game. I wouldn't be experiencing this trouble if it wasn't for this person, so I'm a victim. So all of these symptoms begin to go through, and then they're like the flashing red light on a dash that says your engine is about to overheat and you're going to break down. So the symptoms are flashing to give you and me warning that there's something wrong internally that we need to pay attention to. The second thing is the most important question a leader can ask, or any individual at this point. Am I a part of the problem? Am I part of the problem? I had a situation where I went into a country and I was going to set up leadership training early on with Global Hope. A leader in that country promised that they would help. Then the leader never came to the hotel to get me. I spent several $1,000s to get into this country, didn't have his phone number, didn't have any way to get in contact, and at the end of the day, I was angry. So we set up a year later a return to the country. I had accumulated about 16 names of people to connect with when I got there. And I would send to our national director my plans, and he would run them by this guy that abandoned me. And I said, no, we don't talk to him. I'd send him another email. He'd run it by this guy. No, we don't talk to him. And so, it was coming to a head, and I'm flying from Amsterdam into this country, and as the plane is coming in its descent, I finally asked this question. Am I a part of the problem? This voice in my heart said yes. And then, like a teenager, I said, how can that be? And I said, what am I, 5%? And this voice said 95%. How can that be? This third thing, symptoms ask is look through the other person's eyes. Look through their eyes. If he had come to Memphis, Tennessee, and asked me to share 30 years of my contacts with him, would I do that? And I said to this voice in my heart, no, I don't know him. He doesn't know you. You came in and asked him to do something for you that you wouldn't do for him. You're arrogant. Okay. Look through the other person's eyes. When I was sitting there in the restaurant with my wife, I got to that step and I said, okay, if I'm looking through his eyes, what do I see? And I started seeing him. He's sitting with his granddaughter and his son. The granddaughter's in his lap hugging him, and he's just cooing over her. They're having this beautiful grandfather-granddaughter time. And in my heart, I saw, I'm a grandfather. I have got 5 granddaughters. There's nothing better than my granddaughter's hugs. I love it. And they hug me, and they don't know anything bad I've ever done, and I don't want them to. I just want to hug them and love on them. And I started seeing him as a person just like me with the same needs, cares, and desires. And I looked through this other guy's eyes and I saw myself in the country that I was in, and I didn't like what I saw. And so then the T, what does that stand for? Take action. Do what you feel in your heart to do. When I was in this country, I met with our national director and I said, we need to go see this guy. And so we went and sat down and I said, would you forgive me the way I came into your country the last time? I was arrogant. And he did. And then we began talking about what could be done to equip leaders in his country. And through him, I received the direction that I needed to open up a whole new area of leadership training. So self-awareness, it's a lot easier to talk about than live. It's painful. We have blind spots. Our symptoms point that out. We have to ask, am I part of the problem? We have to look through other people's eyes. And we need to do what we feel in our heart is the best thing to do in that moment. Now back to Phyllis and her suitcase. I ask people, when did I start having negative thoughts about her? And they say, when you saw the suitcase. Because that's how we think we are. But that's not the truth. I started thinking negative thoughts about her when I thought of something good to do for her, and I decided not to do it. I betrayed myself. And so when you have an inclination to do something good for somebody, follow through on it. Do what you feel in your heart to do, or else you'll end up not liking them. You need to find them blameworthy for not doing something nice. So, do we have time for a couple of question answers? Okay, so.
5 minutes. Yep.
All right. Anybody have any questions? And the really hard ones we'll refer to Nabil. So, yeah, so we'll take care of him. Everybody wants an early break? All right. Okay, no questions. Thank you.
That was excellent. Thanks so much. We all need continuing tutorials on self-awareness, Mike, so thank you. And it was great. I know you traveled with Nabil recently to Mongolia, doing leadership training there. We've heard great reports. Wes was there, and so thank you for that. And I know you know our Mongolian delegation, so it's excellent that they're here as well. Welcome. We're glad you all are here. I just want to take a second before we go to our break. We'll go to our break in just a couple of minutes. You've heard a lot about Global Hope Network International, and I just want to tell you quickly about the connection between Global Hope Network International and GILP. So I'm privileged to serve with both organizations. With GILP, I serve as the president, although Medhad and Kathleen and Trey and all these others actually do all of the work. So thank you all. But we have a great team. The GILP team. And then Global Hope Network International, as you can see on the Instagram and the Twitter and so forth, is a humanitarian aid organization based here in Geneva and in Orlando. And we have an office, in fact, right around the corner. Charlie Lamento, who will be speaking tomorrow, and Medhat work out of that office. And we're located here in Geneva. And that basically directs our work in 30 countries. Primarily in North Africa, in the Middle East, and through South and Southeast Asia, working among the poor. So the overarching reason for Global Hope Network's existence is transformational community development. That's why the people were up here this morning from Turkey and Nigeria and other countries. So they represented workers who are working among the poor. The second thing that Global Hope Network does is disaster relief. Well, as you know, this year, there are disasters almost every day all around the globe, but particularly in Turkey. We've had the earthquakes, and we're going to talk about that after the break in terms of trauma, extending on down into Syria with Dr. Salim. Just 3 weeks ago, the cyclone in Myanmar, where some Global Hope workers work and live. And then just last week, the cyclone in Pakistan. So part of what Global Hope Network does is not necessarily come in as the first wave when disasters hit, but we come in after the first wave to help people develop sustainable lives from then on. And then the third thing we do is leadership development, which is why we're here this week with GILP. So we're helping to train and learn from and influence leaders from around the world to be a part of making their country better places. So I hope that helps you connect the dots between these organizations that you see up here. So GILP and UNITAR put on this event. And then GILP is a part of the bigger Global Hope Network family. And I hope that makes some sense to you for those of you who, for whom this may be the first time here. And if you have any questions about this, myself, Medhat, Kathleen, Trey, any of us would be glad to help explain that a little bit further. But anyway, I hope that helps. So now we're going to take a break, and I want to ask the people who are on the trauma panel after the break to come up here and meet with me for just a minute. That's Celia, Bashak, Dr. Salim. I can't remember if others are on it or not, but if you're on the trauma panel, if you would just come up here before we go to break, and we're going to go to break now, and we'll see you back here at 3:45. We've got a great couple of sessions after the break, so please be on time, 3:45. Thank you. Yes. You actually should have that. What I'll do for Ricky is I'll leave that to you. Let me show it to you. So,
How are you, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you. I am. See, every time I know, people say, did you lose weight? I go, no, I just got taller. I do good.
I think the roller is going to speak. Right, challenges. Charles, come here a second. I got all y'all's names. You step around here. So, yeah. So, 10 people, 11, 10, you're speaking on human rights challenges.
Yeah. I don't know.
11, 20, 12, which is Dr. Marcos, you, Michelle, Charlie, so your main thing will be 40 minutes right here. Just it's going to be you. Moderate. It's going to be you, Aurora, Mary Marcos, and Michelle Vivek. Yes. Okay. So let me get back to my schedule. Yes. Great. Let me come around here. Yeah. So.
Sign up. Because you'll just say, what? I didn't know we signed up for like 10. Well, I'm going to at least tell them, okay, what happened to John if we go 50? Give me a scenario so we can make sure. Can you pull it off? Open up the way. So we don't get in early. We're not going to get through. So I'm thinking that that's the best way I can see because before, I don't know why they can't do it. Everyone else is in QR codes. You know, so they'll enter with that. Because you don't have that, we don't have it. You do? Very small size. You got it, so that's good. She has a QR code. She doesn't need to have
No, mine's It's 16:10, 16:45. Yeah. And then we'll have a group discussion. So, sorry, it's 35 minutes. So you keep yours. So we're going to ask questions. No, we'll have questions from the audience. Okay, thank you all.
Everyone else is email.
Oh, this is going to be great. Thank you.
I want to sell it. Can you get me to sell it? I want to sell both. Can you give me 15? Go to the sell both? I'm a lawyer. You got
Yeah, go get some coffee. Nice to meet you.
35 years. Yeah. 35. Videos. Yeah. So I would say, presentation. Responses. Laurie shows the Bible.
There's 3 districts in Rotary in Turkey. So we're part of Bishkek is part of Ankara district. Global grant? Yeah, I have done all this process. This last 2 years I've been involved so much in working. I was the president. It's a busy family. And we did a lot of global grants. Then you have to have the matching, yeah, well, it's for the then they will say, the problem is the earthquake is not in your district. I can give you that visual. We had a huge we had a huge great project he knows us. So we had a big project. Oh, we did that one.
Oh, sorry, Russ. Sorry, I didn't know you all were standing there. Yeah, it's so good to see you. Great to have you. Thank you. Thank you for all you're doing. Yes, sir. Okay, everybody, we're ready to start. The longer we go in the day, the harder the crowd gets to corral. About 15, and you can do 5, 1, 0. Yeah.
I'm a Rotarian. You know I'm a Rotarian? She's already said everything. I got it. Yeah.
Tomorrow morning they're speaking on the human traffic. I don't know if he was going to hear
He can add a time there.
Don't tell him that I didn't. Let's talk it then. I just want to know. Okay, I got to look at the schedule. But I'm very glad.
Yeah, just so you know.
Okay. That's good. All right, thanks. I'm going to look at the schedule tomorrow right now. Thank Hey, you're here on time. Hey, Mike. Mike Shea. Can you ask everybody to come on in and shut the door, please? You've done great. We're on time.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it's on. I have noticed that the longer we go through the day, the more reluctant you all are to come back from breaks, okay? Especially with the next speaker, which hurts my feelings just a little bit. I think you all probably looked on the agenda and thought, well, whether or not that'll be worth it is a real question, right, Fidel? One announcement, and then I'm going to share a little bit about emotional intelligence, and then we've got a tremendous panel who's going to be sharing on trauma. Then we'll end up the day with just a short group discussion, kind of synthesizing what you've experienced today, which I hope is a lot. But if you want to go on the tour of Geneva on Thursday, we've got a, huh? Oh, you will. Good, Florica. Okay, there's a piece of paper right here. Okay, this is real informal. But when we end today, if you'll come up and put your name on this sheet of paper, because if we have enough, we may have 2 tour groups going at the same time, led by John Glass and his wife, okay? So if you want to go on the tour on Thursday, sign your name right there, and the tour is free, okay? We're going to undertake to pay the cost for the tour, but I think you'll really love it. We went on it last year, and it starts at what time, Midhat? Either 9 or 10.
Yes.
I know. We'll let you know tomorrow. But, and I think the tour's a couple hours.
1.5 hours.
Something like that, yeah. So if you want to go, we'll have a pen up here, and just sign your name and let us know for Thursday, okay? So, Mike, I was wondering if you wanted to come up and teach my session on emotional intelligence since you talked about self-awareness. Would you like to?
No, thank you.
It was great, though. Thank you for sharing. And Trey was right. He talked about all the stories that you told, and that really meant a lot to us. So thank you for that, and thank you for drawing our awareness to self-awareness. So I want to talk just a bit about this issue of emotional intelligence. And I shared some about it yesterday, but just for those who weren't here yesterday, I wanted to give you a working definition of emotional intelligence. And that is, it's the ability to recognize, understand, and manage your own emotions, okay? Recognize, understand, and manage your own emotions, but also recognize, understand, and influence the emotions of others. So it's about our own behavior. And Nabil, let me ask you, since I know you're an expert in emotional intelligence, whose behavior in this room, okay, can you control?
I think everyone's.
Huh?
Nobody's.
Nobody's, but yourself, right? Okay. So we all know that the only person's behavior whom we can really govern is our own, okay? We can't control the behavior of other people. But what we can do is we can positively influence other people. So when you walk in this room, I do a lot of speaking with business groups and other organizations and attorneys and others, and I call it adding value. Okay, it's not about the business of the business, whether it's law or accounting or whatever you might do, but it's about those intangibles. Am I bringing my best self to the Guilt Conference? Am I bringing my sense of humor, my life experience? That's adding value. So our emotional intelligence, and the term was coined back in the mid-1990s by a man named Daniel Goleman. The idea is that we want to manage our own behavior and we want to positively influence the behavior of others, okay? So I'm going to skip a couple of slides in my presentation. I just have 4 or 5 slides, but I want to get down to what Mike alluded to and one person back there answered, the issue of blind spots. So let me just ask you quickly, when you hear the term blind spots, what does that mean to you? Who has a response, an answer, an idea?
Some areas we are not aware of.
Dr. Salim, some areas you're not aware of, yes. Ambassador Ndukwe, yes, something you don't actually see. So in other words, let's take a hypothetical. Let's suppose that we're in a room, in a business, and I come into the room and I say, you know, today we're going to discuss this topic. And 8 or 10 of you come in and you're sitting around the table and you're saying, oh, this is so good. Henry's going to listen to my input and then we're going to make a collaborative decision. And I come into the room and I say, thank you all for coming to this meeting today, and we're going to discuss X, and what I think about that is this. And then I give my opinion. It's called leadership bias, where the person in charge gives their opinion before anybody else is heard from, all right? And so I leave the room, and you all are sitting there, and you're thinking, okay, Henry didn't even hear what I had to say. He'd already made up his mind. That's a blind spot of mine. And what do blind spots do to employee morale? What do? They kill it. Yeah. I mean, when leaders have blind spots, and I'm going to go over in just a second an article by a lady named Leanne Melandro who listed 10 blind spots that cause problems for leaders. I'm going to give them to you, okay? But we all need to be aware of this because everybody seated in this room is a leader. You may be a leader in your business. You may be a leader in government circles. You may be a leader in politics. You may be a leader in your home. And as Mike mentioned, what we're trying to do is to govern our behavior in both our professional lives and our personal lives. This is very important because we want to have healthy offices. We also want to have healthy homes. And the author Patrick Lencioni has written a book called The Advantage. By the way, our sister from Indonesia gave Global Hope that beautiful ship during the break. Isn't that beautiful? I forgot to draw attention to it. Thank you for that. That's a real blessing and honor for us to be able to display in our office. I can't even remember what I was saying before I started talking about the beautiful ship. But anyway, Patrick Lencioni, thank you, The Advantage. The subtitle of that book is Why Health in an Organization Trumps Everything Else. In other words, why health in an organization is most important. This is why this topic of emotional intelligence is so critical, because our personal emotional health and the corporate emotional health of our office or business or whatever organization we're a part of is absolutely critical for employee satisfaction, high morale, and keeping employees happy. Training, Ben referred to that. I heard a story about 2 people who were talking about money and time spent on training younger individuals in the office. And one person said, what if we spend money in training and mentoring, and the employees leave. And the other gentleman looked at him and said, what if we don't and they stay? This is so critical. And so people ask me all the time, well, how do I want a healthy organization? Well, what I'm offering to you on this question of emotional intelligence is one of those foundational pillars that helps us build healthy families and healthy organizations. So I want to talk just a little bit about blind spots, and we'll skip on through this. Mike covered self-awareness well. I just want to point this one slide out to you. Don't worry about reading all the words, but the idea is, and this is for recruiting, this is for employee retention. Studies are showing now that soft skills are far more important than hard skills. Now, hard skills, if you ask somebody, me, my generation, we would say, well, I went to school here, I practiced law there. Those are hard skills, and they're important. We want to be competent people when we work. But the soft skills side is, how do I treat my brother Medhat? How do I treat Laurie, whom I just met today? What are my interpersonal skills like? Am I demonstrating savvy and finesse when I walk into a hard discussion in a room, and those kinds of things? And so studies are showing that the businesses that are really succeeding are hiring people with high soft skills. That's why I wanted to mention that to you, because this relates to good governance and relates to combating corruption and everything else we've been talking about today. If you have a question, just raise your hand. I want to be sensitive to what you all want to hear about and not just me talk. So, because I'm learning these things just as you are. So blind spots, as y'all have said, they undermine effectiveness, they limit results, they damage relationships. I was speaking to a group of attorneys 6 or 7 years ago, and I finished this little piece, and one lawyer came up to me, a young guy, and he said, Mr. Deneen, I really appreciate what you had to say. I just want you to know I don't have a blind spot. Okay? That was supposed to generate laughter because that is what he said. And I thought to myself, you know what? My friend, you're the poster guy for a blind spot. But I didn't say it. I said, oh, man, that's great. I'm happy for you. You know, that was about the extent of our conversation. But anyway, down there on the bottom right, I just want to show you that this is about teamwork and about good governance. And I see the mayor over there, and I know he supervises people there in Izmir. But the sign of a good leader is somebody who doesn't claim too much credit and doesn't accept too little blame. So organizations I've been with, not Global Hope, but a prior organization, several times we had a company that oversaw our finances, okay? And several times we sent the wrong donor letter to the wrong donor, okay? What was my response? The easy thing would have been to say, you know, we just can't get a good company to handle these finances and put all the blame on them. Instead, I picked up the phone, I called the donor, and I said, I want you to know I accept full responsibility for this. This is my organization's fault, and we're going to have an after-action review to figure out why this happened and how we can prevent it. Okay? These are things we need to do to demonstrate high relational intelligence and emotional intelligence, okay? So, how can I uncover them? And this really is a next step from what Mike talked about. And he and Ben, they both mentioned this, but the only way we can effectively do this is how. What do y'all say? How can we uncover our blind spots? Does anybody have an idea? Feedback. Oh, Cindy, you've already read all this area of study. That's exactly right. We have to have feedback. But you have to give express permission. A lot of men that I work with, and I only mentor men, they say to me, well, you know, Medhat, he knows he can give me feedback, or my wife gives me feedback, and those are all good, but the problem is Brother Midhat really doesn't know he can give me feedback unless I've specifically given him express permission to give me feedback. That really is the only way that we can uncover blind spots. So I just want to encourage you in your professional life and your personal life to have at least 2 people in both spheres to whom you've given express permission to give you feedback. It's the only way we discover these blind spots, which can really harm us and keep us from advancing both in our professional lives and having a healthy family. Okay? Common blind spots that derail leaders. I'm going to finish with this, and then if there's a question or two, great, and we could talk about this for quite a while, but here they are, and I don't know anything to do other than to read them to you quickly. They're just 10. They're very short, but they're important, and I hope that you'll capture these because here they are. Blind spots that can derail leaders. Number 1, going it alone, okay? Being a loner, not a team player. I hope you've seen during this day and last night at the reception that our approach at Global Hope and our approach at GILP is a team approach. We believe in everybody having a voice and being a strong team. Number 2, being insensitive of our behavior, the effect on other people. Okay, so we aren't aware of our effect on other people. So if I deal with my brother Johanna, and I deal with him in a condescending way, and I cut him off mid-sentence, I don't care about how Johanna feels about that. Does that make sense? So we're insensitive to the effect of our behavior on other people. Number 3, we have an I know attitude about everything, okay? In other words, I know the answers to everything, so I don't need a team. Number 4, avoid difficult conversations. This whole area of conflict is a big area in the emotional intelligence world, but it's the willingness to have difficult conversations and enter into healthy conflict. Number 5, blaming others. That's what we talked about a minute ago. Number 6, treating commitments casually. And that has to do with follow-up. That if you say you're going to do it, you're going to do it. My kids always talk to me about the fact that follow-up is a core value in our family, and I'm proud of that. It is. And it's a very important thing in our personal and professional lives. Number 7, conspiring against others. That may be a blind spot. In other words, I say to Midhat something about K-How, and then I'm talking to Midhat about K-How. It's called triangulation between 3 people, and it's just very destructive and unhealthy. 1 minute. Thank you, Laurie. Number 8, we withhold our emotional commitment. Okay, that may be a blind spot. So if Christian does something to me that hurts me or that I disagree with, then I withhold my emotional commitment to Christian. And he can feel it, and other people know it, and it's something that may be a blind spot of mine. Number 9, not taking a stand. Okay, many times on hard issues we find leaders who won't take a stand and won't make a decision, and that's very hurtful for morale and for the well-being of the company. And find tolerating behavior that's just good enough. Not the best. We always talk in our family and in Global Hope and GILP about the highest and best use of our resources and our giftings, okay? And if I as a leader tolerate just good enough, yeah, it's okay, then that leads to real problems. Okay, anybody with a question? I'm not going to look at you because you have 0 minute up there. I'm joking, Laurie. Yeah, one question. Lana.
Is there a slide that lists all those things?
You know what? There's not, but you can take a picture of it on my laptop. I've got it here. I just don't have a slide of it, Lana. Somebody else had a question. Let me do this because I want to honor our time. I'll go over it with you at the end of the day, Mr. Ambassador, if that's okay. Anybody else with a quick question? Well, I wish you all the best in this arena, and I encourage you to do some study on the area of emotional intelligence because it'll really be a great thing for you and for your family and for your organization. Thank you all. All right, we're going to shift to another I better sit down so I can have the mic. And thank you, online audience, by the way, for hanging with us. I hope you've enjoyed the day. We're going to shift now to our trauma team, who, if y'all want to come ahead and come up, Celia, Bashak, Jeff, Mr. Mayor, if you want to come up, Dr. Salim, y'all sit here. I'm just going to do a quick introduction, and then we'll turn things over to Dr. Salim, and then Dr. Reed Martinez is going to do the questioning of the panel. Here you go. Have a seat right there. Yep. See, come on, sit right here. Please, Mayor, come on up. Jeff and Bashak. So just quickly, Dr. Salim, I think I've introduced him to you before, or you've met him during lunch or other breaks, lives in Aleppo, Syria. And he's going to give a short presentation with some slides on living in the midst of conflict. And as you can imagine, Aleppo has been a place where there's been some conflict. Yep. So we're so glad you're here. My wife, Celia, is a trauma therapist in our home in Greenville, South Carolina. And I'm going to tell you about something that she's leading to Turkey at the end of this segment. Next to her is our friend, the mayor. We met him in Izmir in August. We're honored to be in his office and hear about all the great things that he's doing and the partnering that Bashak and Jeff are doing with the mayor and the people in his part of Izmir. Bashak is our, as Jeff introduced her earlier, field leader in Turkey, and we saw her in action in August, and really it's phenomenal what she's accomplishing. And then next to her is Jeff Lotza, who has so many titles with Global Hope, I can't even give them all to you. But suffice it to say, I've learned so much from Jeff in the last year and a half that I've been with Global Hope, and so he's going to have some input too. So Dr. Salim, we'll turn it over to you, and then Kathleen afterwards, if you will lead the panel discussion.
Slide.
Yes, sir.
Can I speak standing?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Denin, for this very wonderful time, and dear distinguished guests and distinguished leaders from different countries. Of course, this is a time to share and to learn together. I am just going to skip some slides so that I cannot stand in every slide and do some interpretation. As you know, yesterday I have done some presentation about Syria. I come from Aleppo, and Aleppo, Syria in general, for the last 1 decade, it was in a very brutal war where more than 13 million Syrians, they fled their home, and also they went as refugees to neighboring countries. And the mass displacement that has taken place created immense impulse and challenges in different areas. People started looking for shelters, for providing their basic needs, and also incredibly they were affected psychologically wherever they were. Today we see that people are facing challenges for food shortage, for medical, for electricity and water. Can you imagine to go to your home and open the tap and you don't find any single drop of a water? This is the type of a situation that we have lived. And also over that came another following challenges like the unemployment, the poverty, the economic downturn, and the high inflation. Within 10 years, you can't imagine 350% the inflation was high. And today, one person, if has a proper job and a proper salary, cannot live more than 4 days with the salary. This if the person is a single person. If some other members of the family are connected with that person, maybe 2 days only is not enough. I'm talking about $20. This is a proper job, a proper salary. So you can imagine that all these challenges, where is leading to us. Now, how we can get the inspiration, from where we can get the strength, from where we can bring hope amidst all these adversities. Of course, living in the midst of conflict is an experience that challenges the very core of our existence. Dear brothers and sisters, today, who can say that we are not challenged? Wherever you are living, in whichever country or continent, every single person today is challenged. Now, in this challenge, it is very important to know that our self-awareness also is challenged and is tested. Also, our beliefs were shaken, our confrontations, and at the end we see that how human being is so fragile. When the war started 10 years before, we thought that nothing would happen to Syria because Syria is a firm country and everything else will collapse except Syria. So many people, they had the courage to say, it's like a shadow is coming and will come and go over our heads. But we have realized that our humanity is very much fragile and we have to make choices. What choices? Dear ones, choices has powers in it. We have to know that embracing the power of choices will bring us into decision makings. So we have to take our attitudes. What type of attitude we have to cultivate? When your neighbor is killing your daughter, when your son is being kidnapped, when your home was collapsed and destroyed by a neighboring friends, used to be friends. Now, how you can continue your life? You have to be filled with fear, with anger, with temper, and also you are going to captured by all these feelings. Now, we have to take a decision. I have to be positive. I have to cultivate a positive attitude. Now, I have to also make actions. The power of attitude, when surrounded by conflict, we can choose to respond with hatred, but we have to make a response with love, with compassion, and with hope. Now, this is the power of action. Next, it comes the building bridges. Now, building bridges is also comes out of the trust that we are cultivating. Living in the midst of conflict, we see that today we needed a space that we can start talking with each other. One of the pictures you see, this is the Muslim mullahs and sheikhs. They came to our place and they said, let's have a bite together, let's celebrate Ramadan together, and let's talk about how we can protect our neighborhood, how we can protect our mosques, our churches, how we can protect our schools, how we can protect our neighbors. Therefore, the upper picture is one of the villages which all Arab kids, they were waiting for humanitarian aid that was provided to them. And this was something which we cherish because the dialogue started when we taken the decision that humanity will survive. Then comes the flame of hope. The flame of hope is very much important in our lives because it is the flame that refuses to be extinguished. Even when darkness surrounds us, hope is more than just a feeling like wishful thinking. It is a powerful force that fuels our determination and the belief that a better future is possible. So, if hope empowers us to be agents of change and to contribute to the transformation for our communities and for our societies, therefore, we have to take an action. And here comes spending time with the kids. with the coming generation. This is the trauma healing sessions that we are doing in the neighborhood, from one school to the other, from one neighborhood to the other, trying to explore the skills that these young men and women, these small kids, children that they are having. They are trying by drawing to express the anger that is entrusted in them. Therefore, next step and the last step is the vocational training. Now we know that during the war years, so many young people, they were deprived from getting proper education. And also they were deprived from getting proper vocation. So we have initiated the vocational trainings and we have supported them with toolkits so that they can start learning vocations and they can start having positive attitude and thinking about themselves, and also to believe that better future is coming. And education is the tool that we are powerfully sticking to it. This is a tool for breaking the cycle of conflict and building a future of peace. Now, all these pictures that you're seeing, this is the graduation ceremony of one of the schools in Aleppo, and this is a mixed Muslims and Christians together. They believe that they are going to build up Syria and Aleppo in togetherness. And this peaceful atmosphere we are cherishing because we believe that Syria will be rebuilt again, Syria will be back, and we have play a positive role in building up our future. Circumstances cannot determine what the future will bring. The future is dependent upon our belief, upon our attitude, the action, and the power that we are living and we are transmitting through our services. The public services and the compassion and the love gestures that we try to express and to embrace the whole community is the key to success. Thank you for listening, and viva this presence.
Thank you, Dr. Salim, for a powerful case study, not just a study, but a lived experience, and for sharing it in a way that we could all understand. So we appreciate that. And indeed, it's a good foundation for us to move to our panel so that we can ask them some questions, get some responses. And Dr. Salim, we'd love to have your feedback as we go through this process. So let me start by asking a couple of people. Celia, if you wouldn't mind starting, what do you see about those realities of trauma that were just put in front of us, and what should we be looking for most in these situations as leaders in crises?
Really, I can say nothing except to repeat what you said, Dr. Salim, but in my practice, so I have the most experience. We've worked with refugees a fair amount. Anytime there are refugees, there's trauma. Anytime there's war, there's trauma. Anytime there's grave interpersonal conflict and oppression and injustice, there's trauma. And I'm speaking in the psychological sense, although Dr. Freddie, the physical sense, I'm sure, is there as well. But that my area of specialty is the psychological sense. And what you've talked about, Dr. Salim, is so true, that with these heavy psychological tolls that are within the lives of people, we really need to respond in some way. And we're, as leaders, you ask about leadership, as leaders and leaders in this room, it is incumbent upon leadership to respond in the healthiest of ways to the psychological trauma of their people. And you might say, well, I'm not a therapist. That's okay. Leaders have an important role to play. And the things that you highlighted are exactly the things that my research and the research of many others more qualified than I have presented, and that is that leaders can do important things like promote safety, help return their populations to a sense of structure and well-being as quickly as possible. Those are protections against trauma. When people have access to food, water, and shelter, and I know that's a tall order in a war zone, but when they have access to those three things, they're automatically more protected and more resilient than if they don't. So leaders can ensure those things. We know that one of the most highly protective factors against psychological trauma is a sense of community. Human beings must have community to survive. Babies don't live without being touched. And we are no different from them as adults. We need community. And so when leaders promote healthy community and give people an opportunity to express their pain as they want to share with one another, they are promoting healing. And then finally, you spoke about hope and resilience, and leaders get out in front of their people and they speak of hope and they talk about a different future, and that lets everyone in front of them conceive of and begin to build the thoughts of a different future. And those aspects of healing from trauma are critical.
Thank you. And indeed, we saw that expressed very well in the case study that we just had, so thank you. Basa, what are your thoughts as you look at this and looking at the crises that you've faced in your nation?
Mm-hmm. Well, yes, in Turkey, we had a massive earthquake, and the earthquake victims had been this trauma effect on their own lives. They lost their loved ones, their family members, their children. Mothers lost their children, and so they're trying to get over that. But we need, and then we also, as a nation, has a secondary trauma because people did not die immediately. When the earthquake has happened, most of the people, many of the people, millions of people were under the rubbles, and they waited to be rescued for days. And it was freezing cold, and many of them died by freezing while waiting to be rescued. So only this information, and it was online, it was on TVs, and everybody was hearing the screams, help, help, and mothers were waiting for their children to get out of, to be rescued. And so all this information created trauma, not only on the victims' lives, but on the among the whole nation. So, and we need, what do we need to get over it? Well, I don't have a concrete answer to that, but I know that we need love, passion, and hope to get over it. So we need to rebuild the hope in the country to get over it, and we need to stay close to each other. This is how I feel. We need to stay close, and we need to cry together. Mm-hmm. We shouldn't deny what has happened. This is how I felt. Through my experiences, this is what I did while I was spending time with the mothers in the earthquake area. All I did was just crying with them. That was all, just hugging them and crying with them. Mm-hmm. So this is the effect we've been facing right now, because think about almost 14 millions of people were affected. Mm-hmm. And in the country, it is 85 millions of people in Turkey. The population is this. And every family lost a family member in this earthquake. So think about 11 provinces, 14 millions of people. So it is still a huge thing, and we're still recovering.
Thank you. I would like for us to just take a couple of moments, and I would like to do it in this order. I would like to hear a couple of leaders speak about what about that leader response? And I think there's the issue perhaps of self-care for leaders in these situations. If we could hear for just about 2 minutes from Mr. Mayor from Turkey, from Izmir, and also from Dr. Salim in your leadership role, what are some of those issues that you have to do to take care of yourself as a leader in the midst of crisis? And then I'm going to ask Mr. Latza to provide another response, and then we'll watch a video. So just so you know the order of the questions.
Öncelikle
Sayın Henry ve eşinin İzmir ziyaretinden dolayı teşekkür ediyorum.
First, I want to say thank you for Henry and his wife visiting us here in Izmir.
Burada olmaktan da çok mutluyum
I'm very happy to be here.
ve bir sonraki toplantıyı İzmir'de yapmak üzere sizleri davet ediyorum.
And I want to invite all of you to come to the next meeting, GILPP in Izmir.
Ben yönetim doktorası eğitimi aldım.
I received training as a doctor in leadership.
Biraz önce Henry'nin söylediği çok önemli bir konu var. Burada olmak, değer katmak ve kendimizi geliştirmek. Sizlerden elde ettikleri bilgileri Türkiye'de başkanlık yaptığımız yerde kullanmak ve aktarmak çok kıymetli.
In that the topic that Henry talked about self-awareness and self-care, these are things I'm going to take back and relay to leadership in Turkey.
Ben bir iş adamıyım ve belediye başkanıyım.
I'm a businessman and I'm the mayor of a municipality.
Türkiye'de ve Türkiye dışında birçok ülkede ilişkilerim var.
I have relationships inside and outside of Turkey.
Deprem olduğu anda
And when the earthquake happened,
en büyük ihtiyacın konaklama olduğunu tespit ettim.
is that I knew that shelter was the biggest issue that needed to be addressed.
Hepiniz bir düşünün. 13.500.000 kişinin yaşadığı 11 büyük şehirde deprem oluyor.
In that 13.5 million people were left homeless from this event.
3 tane büyük şehir hemen hemen hiç yok. Bina hiç yok.
That three major municipalities were pretty much leveled.
Ölen sayı hakkında 50.000 üzerinde söyleniyor ama bize göre en az 5 katı.
In that, although the official number is 50,000, most people believe it's at least 5 times that number.
İnsanlar uykularında depreme yakalanmışlar. Ayaklarında pijamaları ve çıplak vaziyette.
That these people were caught by surprise by the earthquake, and most people were left on the street in their pajamas.
Bir anda bu kadar insanın konaklamasını sağlayacak sadece çadır.
The only way to house these people were in tents.
Bu kadar çadırı bir anda bulabileceğim tek bir yer vardı, Çin.
There's only one place to find this many tents.
Ve
China.
Bir hafta içerisinde Çin'den 10.000'e yakın çadırı Türkiye'ye getirip transfer ettik.
So we personally, although he didn't say this, but they were 800 kilometers away. But in spite of that, they brought 10,000 tents to the earthquake area.
Bu hıza ulaşmak ve bu konuyu çabuk halletmek Çin devletinin de bana desteği oldu.
And even the Turkish government, the Chinese government helped provide support.
Konsoloslar, büyükelçiler, iş dünyası.
In both the consulate and in the businessmen.
Yaklaşık 80.000 kişinin konaklamasını sağladık.
So we provide housing for 80,000 people.
Sadece konaklama değil, onların yemekleri, lavabo, duş, çocukların kreşleri ve çocuk oyun parkları.
So not just housing, but also their food, their for their children, the play areas, playgrounds, showers, and other things they provided.
Bunları yapmak yeter mi? Yetmez.
Was this enough? No, it wasn't.
Psikologlar, sosyologlar ve kendi ekibimiz hala orada Malatya'da bu çadır kentlerde o insanlara yardım etmeye devam ediyorlar.
So it just wasn't these physical needs. These people had emotional and psychological needs, and our experts are there in Malatya helping to meet these needs also.
Biz bunları yaparken belediye başkanı olarak değil, insani duygularla, insana yardım etmek için yaptık. 1500 kilometre ilerideki yere yetişmek gerçekten çok zordu ve hepimizin bu duygularla hareket etmesi gerektiğine inanıyorum.
So did I do this as a mayor? No, I did this as motivated by my desire to help humanity, and even to reach 1,000 kilometers away was very difficult, but it was the need that we needed to address.
Şimdi bu insanlar çadırda yaşıyorlar. Yakın zaman içerisinde konteynere ihtiyaçları var. 3 ile 5 yıl arasında da evlerine tekrar dönmelerini sağlamak lazım.
And so these people are now living in tents. They'll move into containers made into homes, and then it'll take 3 to 5 years to provide housing for all these people.
Dolayısıyla önümüzde zor bir süreç var. Bunu da en iyi şekilde atlatmak için çalışıyoruz.
So we have a difficult road before us, but we will do our best to conquer this challenge.
Buradan çıkan sonuç. Bu deprem 250 yıl önce aynı şiddette orada yaşanmış.
And that what is the result of all this is 250 years ago there was a similar earthquake that had a similar effect.
Ve gelecekte tekrarlayacak.
And there'll be another one in the future.
Bu yüzden eğitimin ve ekonominin ikisinin çok önemli olduğunu burada tekrarlamak istiyorum.
So what we need to do is we need to address the infrastructure, but we also need to address the economic issues caused by this.
Türkiye ve Japonya deprem bölgesidir.
That both Turkey and Japan are earthquake areas.
Japonya'da 9 şiddetteki depremde herhangi bir hasar olmazken
That in Japan when there was a 9.0 earthquake and there was very little effect there.
Türkiye'de 7.2'de binlerce insan öldü.
And that in Turkey there was a 7.2 and thousands and even hundreds of thousands of people were killed.
Bu yüzden eğitim, ekonomi, gelişme ve sürekli olarak kendimizi geliştirmek çok önemli, çok kıymetli. Burada bu yüzden bulunuyorum ve bulunmaya devam edeceğim. Hepinize çok teşekkür ederim.
So that's why we need to address the educational issues, the economic issues, and the development issues, and in order to prevent things from happening in the future. And so I thank you for being able to share this.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Dr. Salim, as I've listened to the story in Turkey and then the situation in Syria, what can you say to us from that leader perspective about the self-care?
Yeah, in fact, sometimes we try to stay in a status that we deny our needs, and the self-denial thing sometimes keeps us away from the reality. We need to cultivate self-empowerment. And self-empowerment is very vital, especially when we are living in a conflict situation. It is very special and essential to recognize that we have power within ourselves. And we have to cultivate that. How? First, we need to prioritize our self-care, personal growth, and seeking support, that those are the components of building resilience and empowerment. I believe that the taking care of ourselves will build a strong foundation from which we can face the challenges with renewed strength and make more intentional choices that align with our values and with our goals. Therefore, this powerful character is very much needed, especially for leaders, that they are facing challenges in the midst of challenging situation. And when we are empowered, we will become the source of empowering others, because many people are connected with us. As yesterday I said, we are living in a very interdependable situation, and in this interdependency, we are affecting and influencing our surrounding after we take care of ourselves.
That's very well said. Thank you so much. As we look at these situations, there are many of us here today with NGOs that definitely are involved with wanting to help in times of crisis. I was wondering, Jeff, if you could address for us, with your experience in so many different crisis situations, as you come into an area and you're working with those leaders, what are some of the things that you look toward with the leaders, and how do you see, how do you identify when that leader may be in crisis, him or herself, and then what are some of the things that we can do as those who are coming in to assist, to really assist instead of compounding the problem? I'm talking about now with self-care and empowerment.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that probably everybody who got here came on an airplane. And you probably didn't pay attention to the pre-flight announcements, but they say that in case of an act or something, mask will fall down. Put the mask on yourself first before helping any of the children. Because if you don't help yourself first and you pass out, you're not helpful to people if you're dead. So you have to take care of yourself first so that you can help others. And so I didn't explain that real clearly, but I think you get the idea. And so it is very important that there is some self-care in order, not for a narcissistic purpose, but so that we can be more effective in helping others. I think, and this is, I don't mean to say anything disparaging, but the Turkish government was criticized for their late response. And having been to the area, it was really an epic type of catastrophe. But, you know, the one governor was on TV and they said, people have been complaining that that I didn't send people to help dig their family out the first 2 days. He said, my family was under rubble for the first 2 days. And so when you go into these areas, you got to realize that many times the leaders that you meet, they themselves are victims too. And that they need to tell their story. That so many times people walk in with an NGO with their vest on and their sunglasses on their heads, and they say, this is what I need from you, or this is what I want to do, and no one takes time to ask them, how are you doing? And just that 5 minutes of courtesy, of not treating them as an official, but treating them as a human being. And not so that you can do more work, but really because you care for them. And so I think Celia is going to talk in a minute about how we've identified 3 or even 4 segments of population that we want to help, but one of them being frontline, first responders, government officials, because as I said earlier, they themselves are victims.
Yes, I was going to ask Celia, would you mind following up with that, as Jeff was mentioning? Also, any other comments that you might have from that perspective of helping the leaders in the situations? But then, in addition, I think you have an upcoming trip in June 30th to Turkey?
Yes, and that's what he was referring to. So bouncing off the idea of self-care, I really appreciate your perspective that we are ineffective, especially for the long haul, if we don't incorporate some sort of self-care. I actually like the word self-nourishment because I think that speaks a little bit to more of the fact that we have to take in physical nourishment for our bodies to function. And in the same way, we have to be aware, as Mike said earlier, about symptoms that are happening within us as leaders. Traumatic symptoms of trauma ourselves, that we're reactive, that we're angry, that we're jumpy, that we're having flashbacks or nightmares. We have to take care of those things well to be able to be helpful to other people. I'm not saying that there's an order that we do it, that we're not trying to help others in the same time that we're helping ourselves. I'm saying that must be a priority. So this is really in connection with Başak and Jeff and the people on the ground in Turkey. There was a request that GHNI bring a team of trained trauma professionals to the area, and they're the ones who have identified the groups that we'll work with. And so in about a week, actually, we'll have a group going for, or about 10 days, a group going for women and another for children, and then another in the afternoon for teenagers, and one for caregivers. So people who have been on the front lines of health care particularly. And so they've experienced immense trauma in seeing the carnage and in seeing and in hearing the stories. And so I'm just absolutely overcome with the privilege of being able to put together a team. And I must say that when I asked my friends, basically it's mostly my friends and then the couple of folks that you knew, Jeff, to join, I thought, oh, I hope a few of them will say yes. And what happened was they said, oh, let's see, let me rearrange my family vacation because I want to come. Let me see how I can withdraw some money so I'll be able to afford the trip. And they were all just wanting to be able to go and help because their hearts were broken over what the people of Turkey had experienced. And so these professionals will be going and with a learner posture, because we know we don't have all the answers, but hopefully facilitating some of what, similar to what you've done, Dr. Salim, with helping trauma recovery with these 4 different groups of people for a week.
Thank you so much, Celia. We do have a video that we'd like to share from our mayor of Izmir. So if we could see the video from Turkey, please. This will close out the session. So as we prepare that, let me thank each of you for participating today. Very important session as we all deal with the different crises around the globe. Thank you for sharing.
Sosyal belediyecilik ilkesiyle kadın, erkek, çocuk, genç tüm vatandaşlarımızın yaşam kalitelerini yükseltmek için çalışıyor, kaynaklarımızı ihtiyaçlar doğrultusunda etkin ve verimli kullanıyoruz. Kadınların hayatın her alanında etkin olduğu, yarınlarımızın umudu çocuklarımızın, gençlerimizin geleceğe umut ve güvenle bakabildiği bir Bornova için projeler üretiyor, hayata geçiriyoruz. İhtiyaç sahibi ailelere desteklerimizi büyük bir titizlikle yapıyoruz. Her ay düzenli olarak gıda kolisi, bebek maması, bebek ve hasta bezi, giysi, eşya ve tekerlekli sandalye desteğinde bulunuyoruz. Protein zinciri projemizde her ay 3.000 aileye protein bazlı gıdalardan oluşan paketler dağıtıyoruz. Her Şey Bizden projemizde ekonomik koşullar nedeniyle dünya evine girmekte zorlanan gençlerimize ücretsiz gelinlik, damatlık, kuaför, gelin arabası desteğinde bulunuyoruz. Nikah işlemlerinden de ücret almıyoruz. Ailemize Hoş Geldin Bebek projesiyle aramıza yeni katılan minik bireyler için hazırladığımız özel paketleri dağıtıyoruz. Kentimizdeki ağaç budamalarından çıkan kalın odunlarla ihtiyaç sahibi ailelere yakacak desteğinde bulunuyoruz. Bir üniversite kenti olan Bornova'da pozitif ayrımcılık anlayışıyla özellikle kız öğrencilerimizin barınma ihtiyacını karşılamak için 2 yeni kız öğrenci yurdu yaptık. Biri 440, diğeri 112 kişilik olan yurtlarımızın inşaatı tamamlanmak üzere. Çocuklarımızı ve gençlerimizi kötü alışkanlıklardan uzak tutmak ve spora özendirmek amacıyla Çamdibi semtimize yarı olimpik kapalı yüzme havuzu yaptık. Ayrıca Bornova'nın dört bir yanına yenileyip koşullarını iyileştirdiğimiz yeni spor alanları kazandırdık. Çocuklarımızın gelişimini desteklemek amacıyla Bornova'da 9 adet çocuk oyun ve aktivite merkezi yaptık. Annelerinin de sosyal hayatın içinde daha fazla yer almalarını sağladık. Özellikle kadınlar için 4 adet fitness, aerobik ve pilates salonu yaptık. Kadınlar salonlarımızdan saat 18'e kadar ücretsiz yararlanıyor. Belediyemizle beraber çalıştığımız takım arkadaşlarımız içerisinde yine pozitif ayrımcılıkla kadın çalışan sayımızı her geçen gün daha da arttırıyoruz. Başkan yardımcılarımız, birim müdürlerimiz ve personelimiz toplam çalışan sayımızın 1/3'ünü oluşturuyor. Ayrıca kadın çalışanlarımız için kadın özel izni uygulamasını ilk başlatan belediye olduk. Kadın çalışanlarımız Nisan 2019'dan beri özel günleri için her ay belirlediği tarihte bir gün, toplamda yıllık 12 gün izin kullanabiliyor. Desteklerimizi yalnızca Bornova için sınırlı tutmuyor, yardım elimizi Türkiye'nin dört bir yanına uzatıyoruz. 6 Şubat 2023'te Türkiye'yi yasa boğan Maraş depreminde tek yürek olduk. Acı haberi alır almaz kurumlar arası işbirliğiyle hızlıca organize olduk. Belediyemizin tüm imkanlarını deprem mağdurları için seferber ettik. Toplamda 20 yardım tırı, 7 iş makinesi ve ambulansı deprem bölgesine sevk ettik. 160 personelimiz de çalışmalara destek verdi. Malatya'ya depremden etkilenen çocuklarımız için kreş ve oyun parkı yaptık. İzmir'e gelen deprem mağdurlarının Bornova'daki evleri olduk. Belediyemizin sosyal tesislerini konaklamaları için tahsis ettik. Depremden yalnızca 2 gün sonra bölgenin en büyük ihtiyacının barınma olduğunu tespit ettik ve hızlı aksiyonla Çin'den kendi imkanlarımızla 4500 çadır satın aldık. Çadırları çok kısa bir sürede ekiplerimizle birlikte bizzat yerinde kurup deprem mağdurlarına teslim ettik. 40.000 gönüle dokunduk. Biliyoruz ki sevgi paylaştıkça çoğalır. Yüzlerdeki küçük bir tebessümün yerini dolduramaz hiçbir mutluluk. Sevgiyi büyütmek bizim elimizde.
Thank you. Again, as we approach the end of the day,
Kathleen, just before we get to that next segment, can I say one
Yes.
thing? That is a demonstration of true leadership, Mr. Mayor. I mean, that video summed up what we've been talking about all day. And I was really overwhelmed by what I just saw, and I thank you for stepping up and leading in a difficult time. And one of the cities that was mentioned in that video, Malatya, is where our team will be in 2 weeks. So thank you for that. Now, one question I have, I saw you kissing the baby, but I didn't see you in the gym working out. And I'm wondering, I'm joking. I leaned over to my friend, Dr. Salim, as the mayor was speaking, and I said, "Do you understand him?" And he said, "Yes, I speak Turkish."
Of course.
Okay? So that's the gifting of the people on this panel, and we're just honored to be here with all of you all and look forward to continuing our strong relationship, both with our friends from Turkey and with our new friend from Syria. So thank you for allowing me to say that, Kathleen.
thank you, Henry. It was an excellent video, and we do thank the leadership that's been exhibited. In order to move quickly and let us wrap up, I think we're supposed to close at 5:30, but if you won't tell Henry, I'll see if we can work fast and we could get out of here faster. Just don't tell him. Everybody agreeable to that? We might can finish a little early? Okay. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you about 3 minutes to jot down a couple of things. Then I'm going to ask you another question that you'll then share with some other people. And then we're going to, again, do some quick responses from the group so that we can learn from each other, okay? So everybody ready? Get out a paper and pencil, or if you're like me, all too often, it's your phone and your note-taking capacity. Because here's question number 1. Based on the things that you've heard this afternoon, what are 2 or 3, let's just say 2 leadership development goals that you feel would be important for yourself, and what could help or hinder you achieving those goals? So that's the first question. So I'm going to give you, I need 2 minutes. Watch the clock, and you'll tell me at 1 minute, so I can tell him, and then at 30 seconds. Yep. Don't tell Henry, we'll try to finish early.
What's the second part of the question?
What would help or hinder you in achieving those goals? Just a couple. Based on what you're learning, what do you think you should focus on over the next year?
you know, 1 minute, then 30 seconds, and then.
Is Owen coming up here? Talk about tomorrow. Owen. By the way, as you're talking, our friends from Turkey have brought these brochures that talk more about the city you just saw, okay? So I'm going to leave these right here, and they'd love for you to take them, okay? And then once we get finished with this segment, Owen is going to talk to us just one more time about in the morning and our plan for in the morning.
Okay. You got 1 minute. Extra minute. Just give it 30 seconds.
My wife is very impressed. Okay? Yes. I won't tell her everything I know about you. Okay? I trust you. I want her to continue to be impressed.
I love the work you're doing with the children.
30 seconds.
One of the ladies who's coming. Specialists in co-therapy with children. So, you know, just, and I work with children a lot as well. We often neglect the children within
think they'll just get that.
Kathleen, are you going to ask people from each group? That was good.
Yeah.
Let's get the microphone over there. Dave, can you?
Okay, now I need you to break it, come back into groups, and now I'm going to ask you one more question, and you're going to discuss this as a group. Based on what we've just heard about trauma and responses to crises, and remember I asked 3 or 4 different times, what is that leader's response? What does that look like? Okay? So now, based on what you wrote down for your leadership development, how does what you learned about trauma and crisis and empowerment and taking care of yourself, how does that affect, or how will you incorporate some of that thinking into your leadership goals? So now I want you to be very intentional. You know, if you're in leadership for any period of time, it's not a question of if you will deal with the crisis. It is when you will deal with the crisis. So let's reflect maybe on your own experiences in the past or what you've heard today, and what are some of the approaches that you can take. How are you going to build that into your leadership goals? And we're going to give you 2 minutes for that, and then we're going to do some quick responses from the whole group. Thirty seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, now we're going to get some feedback. Where are my 2 microphones?
Dave's got one.
Okay, let's hear from several different people. Who'll quickly volunteer from one of the small group discussions? Yep. Nobody? Okay, good. Oh, the mayor has a comment. Great.
Şimdi kriz anında herkes ne yapacağı konusunda şaşkın.
During a crisis, everyone is kind of confused, like, what do I do?
Proaktif çalışmaya ihtiyaç var.
There is a need to be active during these times.
Yani bu depremde olan deneyimleri
from our experience,
bu verilerle çalışarak sanki yarın deprem olur, her an deprem olacakmış gibi hazır hale gelmek lazım.
That what you need to do is you need to think every day there could be an earthquake tomorrow. What am I going to do?
Bendeki bu deneyim şimdi Bornova'da toplanma alanları.
And then what I'm doing is that whenever I have a meeting in my city,
ve Bornova'ya giriş ve çıkışlarla ilgili alternatif yolları yapma tecrübesi kazandırdı.
What I've learned is that I need to provide emergency evacuation routes for my city.
En önemli konu ulaşılabilirlik.
in that we've determined that this is an area that we need to address.
Dolayısıyla bu çalışmaları yaparak bu krizleri çözmeye çalışacağız. Bu deneyimin herkese aktarılması lazım ki başkaları da bundan faydalanabilsin. Çünkü biz bunları yaşadık.
In that, from going through this horrible experience together, we've learned something that we're hopefully going to make things better and stronger. That was kind of a loose translation.
Ve en önemlisi sakin olmak.
And to remain calm.
Good. Thank you. Very good. All right, let's hear from the audience, our participants. No one has anything to say?
Yes.
I'm sure they do. Who just wants to go first? Christian? Yeah, good.
So I think some of the things we talked about are echoing what the mayor shared. So we said maintaining personal responsibility during hardship. When there's a great difficulty, it's probably easy to let yourself let go of responsibilities that are very difficult or let things slide. And also maintaining sort of yourself during difficulty, recognizing the need for, as you would say, self-nourishment, even at times when you're stretched very thin.
Excellent. For our online participants, he said maintaining your personal responsibility and maintaining your self-nourishment during times of crisis.
So part of a goal would be, how do I learn about these things and what would work well for me and my personality as I'm doing my leadership development this year? Okay.
Okay, Adrian, what the mayor says is very, very important, because first you have to be prepared, especially when something already happened. We call it in aviation startle and resilience. You have to build up resilience that in a catastrophe, you are not staying in a startle. You get out of a startle by building up resilience before. Because when you not get out of startle, trauma starts. And that's the biggest thing then to get out of a trauma.
Thank you. That's very excellent advice. So part of the leadership development, again, would be some training for how do I make that transition quickly. I assume that you do lots of that training in your business of the airline world and pilot. Yeah? So it is trainable. It's not something that we have to wait for the crisis to find out, but we could actively seek out programs and opportunities to be trained in how to do that. Yep, good. Other comments? No one else has any? There we go.
I just build on that. Another element is from this afternoon's talk is about identifying the blind spot and how actually that can impact our response to trauma and to disasters. I think one of my blind spot is when I'm triggered, I get angry. I start thinking of, is it my fault or is it somebody else's fault? And I think the first thing is to think about whose fault is it, and I think that will come to the startle situation or again freeze. And how do we actually in a disaster situation to get ourselves out of that? That requires resilience, that requires self-awareness, that requires a lot of the understanding of our blind spot and immediately take ourselves. The way I see self-awareness is actually you are able to dance on the floor and watch yourself from the balcony at the same time. So the sooner we can get ourselves from the floor to the balcony, the better we can react in a calm way. So identifying blind spots and work on that proactively.
Some good leadership training there. Yes, and again, these are things that you could put down as part of your active role in your leadership development this year. Make certain that you go through exercises where you will have others help you see your blind spots. And then you look at how would those blind spots actually be a serious challenge in a crisis situation. Gary?
Got this. This one's working. Okay, my name's Gary. I live across the border in France, and I was just thinking about these catastrophes and how serious and how I would react. And then I'm thinking, everyone in this room, think back 2.5 years ago. I think we all had a severe trauma, every one of us. COVID hit. Every country was trying to say, what do we do? What do we do? We're locked in our houses. We can't go 100 meters out of our house. We can't fly and visit our kids. We can't go to a neighbor and talk to them. You can't go to work. I was working for Global Hope. The office is in Switzerland. I live in France. I can't go to work. Then all of a sudden I had a little window where I could get a note from Hal Jones that says, he works in Switzerland, so I might be allowed to go across the border. So I could do some of my work. But I bet you all, if you think back, how did you handle that trauma? And I guarantee you, if you think back, it was a trauma. You can't visit your kids, you can't go to the store, you can't do that, all sorts of things. And every country was flopping rules back and forth. So in France, I couldn't go 100 meters, but in Switzerland, the restaurants were allowed to be outside. So we sneak across the border to have lunch. And in France, we couldn't do it because all the restaurants were closed. But our leadership was able, through Global Hope and Serve the City, we were able to do 30,000 meals for the homeless who were especially hurt by this particular situation. And it was, people are willing to step out and help when possible. And it's, I'm sure we all, if we think back, how did we handle that trauma? We might learn something about how we react in those situations.
Yeah. What are our emotions when it hits, right? Whatever that crisis is. Good. Other comments?
I will be short. One of the best definitions for emotional intelligence, maybe the best example of emotional intelligence, is the Christ sacrifice on the cross. For a leader to be emotional intelligent, must be able to sacrifice himself and his own good for the benefit of others. And that must be our goal, our continual next goal during our life, to be able to sacrifice ourselves and our good for the benefit of others.
Yes, that's true. In crises, sacrificial leadership, as we saw in our mayor, and what we've heard discussed there was absolutely essential, as well as with Dr. Salim, willing to sacrifice themselves for the good of their community and their people. Thank you for being two excellent role models with this. Any other quick comments?
Yes.
I've got one here. Good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, as we discussed earlier, we are aware that it's very important to also taking care of ourselves as leaders, that sometimes we forgot because we are too busy doing things. And personally, I am kind of surprised or because I never thought that I had a trauma. But as I am from Indonesia, where actually there's a lot also turmoil happening. But I never thought, that such a trauma like what happened in Turkey and in Syria. But as I learned today, I realized that myself need to really look at myself, to have more self-awareness, because and then even right now as I'm thinking, I realize live in Indonesia in a strong patriarch culture, as a woman, as a Christian, and as Chinese born in Indonesia. Actually there's a lot of things that I need to deal with that trauma, so I can be a better leader. So I really thank God that I'm here. And thank you, brother from Syria and Turkey. Actually, there's many refugees in the city where I live. Yeah, it's like 2,000 refugees who live in my city, and we friend with them. So thank you for this time. Amen.
Thank you for your comments.
And the tsunami, yeah? Tsunami.
Tsunami.
Tsunami. Yeah.
Indonesia is very big, like 17,000 islands. So tsunami happened in the North Sumatra. I live in Sulawesi Island. And there's another lady live in Jakarta. So actually that's very far from tsunami. I was also volunteer. I did humanitarian and relief work in tsunami also. So of course there are trauma in somewhere in Indonesia, but what I trying to say earlier, some people really deal directly with disaster, right? Had that trauma. Like last year also there's happening another earthquake in different places. Actually pandemic, COVID-19, a lot of trauma happened in COVID-19. Right, that sometimes, we're not aware there's traumatic happening in our own life as leaders. This is what I'm learning a lot today. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. So on that note, I think we all can spend a little bit of quiet time this evening reflecting on what we've learned about ourselves, yes, from COVID and other events, what some of our experts understand, and I know Celia and Dr. Salim, others will be here tomorrow, so I know they would be happy to talk with you for a few moments and maybe point you in a direction for further reading or other resources so that you can spend part of this year taking your leadership goals, adding to those, how can I know and understand my blind spots and my ability to respond even more appropriately, strongly, better, whatever word you want to use in a time of crisis. So thank you so much for this session. I appreciate the panel again and your feedback as participants. It was excellent. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you all. Owen is going to give us last-minute instructions on tomorrow morning, and then I'll speak just a little bit about what we're going to be covering tomorrow. Owen?
I hope you can see me.
No. Here. You want to come use this? It's a good one.
Yes.
Yep. Here. Sit down right there.
Apologies.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Henry. All right. Hello. So about tomorrow. Tomorrow we are meeting inside the Palais des Nations, which is the home of the UN in Geneva. And to access the Palais, it's a little bit of a complicated process. As I'm sure you can imagine, it is a secure building. So we do have to go through some steps. First and foremost, we've asked you all to register online on the Indico website. Many of you managed to do that, and we had some that were finished up today as well. So for everybody who managed to register beforehand, your registration has been approved, and there are badges outside waiting for you. Please head to the table just outside, and our interns will help you find your badge. Please do not lose this. If you lose it, you will not be allowed into the building. For those who do not have a badge outside and who did manage to register, you'll be able to pick up your badge tomorrow at the UN. We're meeting at the Premier Gate of the UN, so that is the visitors' entrance at the top of the hill, opposite across the way from the Red Cross building. I've sent a map with that to many of you, and if not, it's very easy to find on Google Maps. Just put in Premier Gate or UN Visitor Entrance, Geneva. You'll definitely be able to find it. You can access it with the bus 8, and I think the stop is Apia.
And what time do we need to be there?
So, because it's the UN, it can take quite a little bit of time to get through security. We'll need to be there at the latest 8:30. We are more than 100 people, and as I'm sure all of you have traveled by air before, getting 100 people through security is always a bit of a challenge. So please be there by 8:30, and hopefully we'll be able to start on time. The room is in Building A, so that's the main building of the UN, and Room 3 in Roman numerals. We will have some interns and other help kind of in the area to help guide you. And as always, if you have any questions, please come and ask us. We're more than happy to help. Any questions?
We do have one question before I take the question. Owen, you've done a fantastic job getting this over the goal line, so thank you. Yeah, great job. Good job. You and the team, thank you. So again, in the morning from 10 to 12, we're going to focus on the human trafficking issue with a panel with speakers. We'll come back over here for lunch. Then we'll go straight to hearing from the Honorable former Governor and Executive Director of the World Food Program, David Beasley, and then finish out the afternoon tomorrow. So tomorrow is going to be another great day just like today. All right, we had one question from over here.
What is the restriction, like phone or computer, can it take?
So phones, computers, any sort of normal item should be okay. Please do not bring any weapons or or alcohol. Just to be on the safer side, let's kind of bring normal office items.
Yeah. All right, don't forget, we have the brochure here from Turkey, and we have the sign up for the tour on Thursday. Thank you all. We'll see you in the morning.
Thank you. Thank you so much.